We're up $2,000 on the gold trade. We're gonna keep holding it. We could put a stop loss, I guess. Yeah.
Guitar strings are my business, and Amazon helps me scale.
Leave this one up here.
Pick up our products,
Let me go to here.
and deliver them. Funny, we started in a garage. Now we're in your garage.
This is still an awesome buy down here. You could be tilting to the downside. That is definitely possible. I want to see if you're just going to run up to tippity top here. But you can expand a little bit lower. That's the only problem. And then I'll jump to the midline. It's going to be about $900 on the Express account. And on the Combine account, we're going to hold for a higher high. All right, let's give this like 20 minutes here. Shit. That is going to be a really good idea. All right. I like that idea. First, let's wait for the market to open up, and then let's see what happens here. 6 minutes till the market opens. Let me turn off this heat. All right, let's take off gold. Let's go back to SPY here. Let's do a little bit of this. All right, everybody. So first things first, we're still holding our SPY longs for you to run up to 682. Now, since you're at 677, just like how we talked about yesterday, we said our first goal is 677. After that, we want to see if it's going to run into the 680s. Have some fun there. Where's the midpoint of that gold chart? Let me see one more thing. So I got a stop loss on gold. We have all that set. Now we could just leave it alone for now. Let the market move around for a little bit, and then we'll start to go from there. Ladies and gentlemen. All right. So, again, first thing is first. I want to see the market potentially fall down a tiny little bit here. Just a tiny little bit. And then we're going to hop into the calls for more upside. Wait for 6, 7, 7, 9, 8. Just watch out for here. Yeah, I wouldn't really be playing too much puts right now. You got that, everybody? So just be careful when you're playing your puts. Just be very careful. There we go, gold. And SPY, right? Nice upside here. So again, 682, that's the next primary location. Just let it hit this area, and then maybe we might get some puts here. For now, what I'm thinking is gold's going to run up into a new high. So we're going to make another 4,000 with gold. Our next goal is going to be, and remember, this is an express account. So now this turns into real money. You see what I'm saying? The other account, this is like our testing account for fun. That account, we're trying to sell this trade at 6,000. We're already up 3,000. And yeah. Actually, let's move this. I'm moving it from 6K to 30K. Just in case the market just starts blipping to the upside. Yeah, so that account is, remember, it's testing. It's more so for fun, not to get stressed out. Come on, gold. Come on, a little bit more. Come on. Let me just put my stop loss. And I'll leave you alone. All right. All right. Stop loss set. We're up 800 now. Let's go take a picture. Nice. Let's go check our SPY leaps. Oh, I got filled for gold. Yeah, I'm not trying to play this area on gold right now. I'd rather this shit just run up, and then I'll play the continuation of it. I'll leave the other account, though, the account we're using to play with. We'll leave that account. On the Express account, I am not trying to take a single loss again. We had to take a loss this morning at, I forgot what time was it, but it was because I just didn't want to lose the account. So I just said, screw it. $300, $400 right before they kicked me out. Take the loss, eat it. Even though that was the first loss I had to take. We just got stuck inside of a scalp trade. That's basically what happened. So what we're going to do here is we're just simply going to wait for the expansion. So let's see if this market's going to drop down a little bit more again. If it does, again, we'll go back into the long. For now, I want to see a run above this middle area. Oh, shit, you're not even looking at me. I said for now, I just want this gold trade to go above this middle area. The second gold gets above here, we can continue to play the upside, going up to here and going up into a new high. Where I went long was right here, by the way. I went long right here, and you pretty much popped up to the box here, put my stop loss on the line, and you got kicked out right there. Alrighty, let's move on to the next trade. Let me see something real quick. I might go short on gold. Never mind. Let me not. Let's breathe. We already made plenty of money this morning with gold. We'll hop back into it in about like 30 minutes an hour. On the other account, we're already up 6,000. Let's put our stop loss here, just in case. I put my stop loss at 4,000 here. $5,000 now. I'm moving my stop loss all the way up. I got filled. That was way too quick. We just got stopped out at 6,300. So again, today so far we made 6,000 plus 300, 4,000 plus 300, plus the 2,000 that I lost. We made 6,000, 12. We made 12,000 minus the loss that I had. We are up 10,000 right now, minus the loss. And on SPY here, Dr. SPY, we're waiting for this to run up higher. Remember, we all bought in at the bottom. I had everybody buying down here. And right now we're just holding. I just went long again on gold on the Express account. You dropped to my entry point again. Or I should say you dropped to the point where I got out. You held. And now what I want to see you do is make a higher high because you hit the top of this white line. And you fell beneath it. The problem is you did get above it for a couple seconds. So let's just give this a moment here. Let it rock out. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. The profit that I'm trying to take for this is going to be around 1,600. Yeah, I should go long again on this account as well. All right, now let's let this rock. Let's turn gold off before I stay trading this all day. SPY's at opening price here. Remember, everybody, you hit 1.0, then you hit 1.5, then you fell. If you fall below opening price, you're going to fall down to number 2 here. If you hold above, you're just going to run straight to number 4. Actually, let's check yesterday. What was the first thing you reacted off of yesterday, right? First thing was 1.5, and you fell straight down to number 4, 5, and then you ran up to the sky. So today, let's see. You hit 1.5, fell down, then you hit opening price. So if you get below number 1, yeah, we could just continue to play the downside. You guys got that? If for whatever reason you get below 6, 7, 7, 18, you may continue to play the downside. I just sold for an extra $200 there. Okay, so when I sell for 200, they take out 100 when I trade with gold. So if I sell, oh no, that's 2 right there. That's $200. Never mind. The fees are only $6. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. For every gold trade. Remember, we're up on 4,500 now on the account, which is the Express account. We're trying to get this account to 100K by Friday. I want my, not by this, actually, yeah, by this Friday. And then next week, we'll be able to take out money on Monday night. We just can't fuck up, pretty much. So, after we get our first withdrawal, what we're going to do is we're going to open up the rest of our accounts so that we can copy trade. And then we'll go from there, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, good morning, everybody. Good morning. What's good, Chills? Good morning, brother. Make sure you guys get ready. We're going to have a new $1 million challenge the second we hit December 1st. The one that we started on November 3rd, 10th, 17th, and 24th is, we're pretty much just holding it. So we already made enough money on it. The next thing I want to do here before I start, because think about it like this, right? I have 20 accounts with $5. You could say $3 to $5 inside of them, right? Some of them mostly $4. My goal is to take every single one of those accounts and give them a reason. So I want to have one account for vacations, one account for paying bills, one account for, you know, I want to separate it. Because when I keep my money in one location, for some reason my brain does not comprehend structure. But if I can separate it, my brain comprehends what I should use in the moment, what I shouldn't use, what's risky, what's not risky. It's like the same thing as me getting into a gold short right now. I didn't want to get into a gold short. And the reason why is because, again, I would much rather see the market do something a little bit ridiculous. We went long again here, though. I keep going long the second it drops below that important factor point. And what I'm waiting for is you to be able to potentially run up to a new high. So one of these moments, when the market does decide to run, I will be caught inside the trade. That's the idea. But because I have so much of a buffer zone, it's okay. It's okay to get caught in the trade for like an hour or two. But by the end of the day, we got to somehow work out some type of a plan so that, you know, we can go further. That's the idea, pretty much. So I have to remember, I can't sell gold for less than $200. Or no, I think I can. I don't even know. We'll figure it out in a moment here. Because that's what they did to me with ES. I would buy so much ES contracts that by the time I sold it for a little scalp, the money that I would make would be basically pretty terrible. Okay, we sold for $300 there on gold. Just nibble back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. 300, 500, 600, 900, you know what I mean? This morning, we got a crazy-ass gold trade. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. The gold trade that we got was, I mean, just look at this for a second. And I know I keep talking about gold, but let me tell y'all, this is where the money's at. This is where it's at. Screw Tesla, screw Nvidia, screw all of that. This is where it's at. Tesla, Nvidia will use our spoils of war that we've gained from gold, and we'll invest into those companies long term, as well as with options on the leaps. So again, we're going to use the money that we make from gold because you make so much money that it's ridiculous. The other day, we turned a $1,000 account with one trade to 6K. The second trade, that account is now sitting at 23K. Let me check it right now. And I think I'm up $1,000 right now on the trade that we got on gold yesterday, which was all the way down here. So I'm trying to watch out for down there. You know, I'm not trying to get stuck and then the shit's just falling out the sky. And I got to lose another 2,000 here. Because that's basically my stop loss, around like 2K, 1,700 to 2,000. If it gets beneath that, I need a buffer zone, you know what I mean? So I can't get lower than that. But let me go ahead and look at my Webull real quick. Let me see how much this trade is up. Yeah, so we were up 1,100 yesterday. Right now I'm only up 500, which is kind of funny. From here, up here to down here. Oh, wait. One thing I got to tell you guys is, where's my exit point? Oh, right here. So look, last night when I went long on the 1/4 point perfectly. Do you guys see that? And then when I went long on the 1/4 point, when I woke up randomly at 6 a.m., I woke up just randomly. I saw you were at the 1/4 point perfectly. Remember, I just bought from the 1/4 point. So what I'm trying to say is, you see how I hit this point, then fell down to this point right here? That's an equal reaction. So what the market's doing right now is more bearish. It is. That's the reason why I'm not trying to get stuck in this trade. And that's also why I am fine with losing some money off the top of the table. Because, you know what I mean? So be it. I'm not going to get stuck here. But isn't that cool? Just from down here to right up here perfectly. Like you're playing ping pong or something. Like this is like a realistic game. And oh, it's not? Sorry, I didn't have the damn voice chat open. Now it should be good. I apologize, everybody. My bad if you guys said something. I didn't have the little text chat open. So, yeah. Okay, so let's delete this. We don't need this. Let's move this. Where's the midpoint on gold? Gold's midpoint is going to be right there. There it is. Yeah, right there. Right down here. Okay. So yeah, the stop loss, because remember, I'm looking for gold to now expand, because before you hit the 1/4 point down here, right? And before you ran up higher to this 1/4 point, what was the last thing you did, ladies and gentlemen? The last thing you did was come from the 1/2 point, right? Technically the 1/8. So this is what I can say in my brain now. Watch this. Watch how cool this is. Do you guys see the 1/2 point right here? Okay, so where did it hit again? It fell below, because remember, this is the halfway point. So what you're looking for is the dotted line and then the low, because that's going to tell you where the dotted line is and then the new high. It's just flipped reaction. That right there was one of the most amazing things that I've ever came across. Imagine, it's like me discovering Fibonacci for the first time. It's like me creating it. You know what I mean? It's wonderful. Most people, they don't really care, which is okay. But the fact of these reactions working so well, so precisely, it's wild. You know? But yeah, that's pretty much all. That's why I know the market's going to, because remember, 1/2 point, and then right below it is the 1/8. So go to the 1/2 point, right above it is the 1/8. I'm selling before both of those locations. Why? Because I'm not trying to play around. I don't need to go for the max amount of profit. All I need is a little something off the top of the table. Again, that's all I need. Anyways, SPY. You have 1.5. I want to ask you guys a question. When SPY held 1.5, how long was it there? How many minutes? By the way, good morning to everybody on YouTube again, if you guys showed up a little bit late. We're not going to trade as aggressively as yesterday, everybody, but we're still going to make some good profit here. Oh, that's such a good idea. Yeah. Okay, so give me 1 second, everybody. Let me start posting stuff on Moomoo so I can start building this community. Let's see if we can get this community to... I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's do something fun here. I've never seen somebody on YouTube or somebody create videos and do something like this. What I'm thinking is I'm going to use the ideas that everybody has. So, like, no matter how small it is, no matter how big it is, and we're going to combine it. And let's try to come up with some crazy challenges. Like hit 100 people by X date. You know what I mean? Because that's going to make us go above and beyond. Which is, by the way, that's the reason why I do challenges all the time. It usually makes you go a little bit further. You always go just a little bit further.
Silo. Good morning, team. Good morning, family.
Good morning, Mansa. You got some good energy right now. What's going on?
Yes, sir. I just finished my 6 miles, and my call from Kings Point from Thursday is looking real good. I took profit, though. I locked it in.
Hell yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so you bought it at the bottom on the 20th, right?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, brother. Thanks for following protocol.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Of course. It's my pleasure. By the way, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I have a new section on the Patreon where I send you guys motivational videos every morning. So if you guys want to pop up into those, like the motivational category, it's right here on my Patreon, right? So just go to the motivation category, which is like right here. And then, yeah, take a look at these videos. Let me know how they make you feel. I wanted to come here to take one video to post it on Mumu. I think I'm going to start posting with this one. This one right here. This is a really good one.
How dare you think that you can make it in this world?
Come on. Let me hear it.
How dare you crumble
Come on.
under the weight of some oppression or some problem or some run-out mate or somebody rejected you and you crying in the night and feel that you can't make it. How dare you think like that?
Silo, I just got one thing to say.
What's up?
I got to do more charting because since I started taking my charting seriously, and you know, this is not the Silo. This is he already knows this, and a bunch Slug, Culinary, Prime. You guys already know this, but anybody who's on this call on YouTube that you're not, you know, following protocol or doing your charts or not listening to what Silo's telling you, honestly speaking, you're missing out on so much money. Because honestly, I've been here since last year. And, you know, I've made money here and, you know, made money or whatever. But when I started taking the chart seriously and talking to Silo and doing what he's telling me to do, I'm seeing the results. And the result is 100 times better than when I wasn't doing it. So that's just a word of advice. Or Silo might be crazy, but it's good crazy and he knows what he's talking about.
My bad, brother. I apologize.
Nah, you're good.
I love you for that, brother. I appreciate you, you know? Because I learned something last year when I first started teaching. In order to grow a community truly, like truly, I could do the marketing. I could go crazy. I know how to do stuff. But truly, to market it in a way where it's ethical, it's like stoic, it's righteous. It's the community doing it. That's the reality of it. Like when I had people like do what you just did right there, I realized that in the beginning, that's what people want to hear. They don't want to hear me, especially when it comes to whether or not this stuff works. They rather hear it from you guys. And I finally understand that now. It makes sense. It really does make sense. Because what I want to hear from the person who's teaching a group or what I want to hear from the group themselves. And yeah, brother, I really appreciate that, you know. Like I said, let's take this community to the next level, bro.
Yes, sir. So shout out two people. Obviously, Danny, but Danny trades few. He didn't graduate. He's doing his PhD now in futures. So that's what I call the people trading futures. But shout out to Culinary. I know he's been here for a while, and you guys have a history. Hoover, and I know Hoover been here for a while too. Slug, man, I don't know you personally, but I got so much respect for you because watching what you were able to accomplish since you've been here, I've been here longer than you, but watching what you've been able to accomplish in that short period of time, I had a conversation with Silo and I told him, I'm like, yo, I'm playing around. I need to get my game to the next level. And I had a one-on-one with him. And ever since that day, it's kind of like I told him, it feels like everything is starting to make sense now. So just anybody who's on here, who's, you know, you're going through whatever you're going through life, whatever you want to call it, man, I feel like this thing we're doing here is like a free ATM. And you can get up any day when you're ready and you do what you're supposed to do and make whatever it is that you want to make. And then Silo, man, back to you. So what you've been doing recently, I mean, you've always done this, but right now, I don't know what level you at, but I just can't wait, man. I'm so happy for you, man. Thank God for you. And I'm not pushing religion, but I just feel like personally, God made me find you the time I found you last year for a reason, because I found you, I was in cybersecurity, working for the government, making good money. I haven't had a job since April 1st. Thank God for Silo. I've been able to take care of my family, relocate from Virginia to Texas, and I haven't had a job since April. and we living just fine. I've been on 3 different vacations since then. So I ain't gonna say nothing else for the rest of the day.
I love it, brother. I'm so happy. I can't wait to see how much further you go. It's just a matter
I really
of
appreciate that,
execution.
Monta.
Hell yeah, man. Do your thing, dog. That's what's up.
I wish you all the best, bro.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is exciting. Even last night, I was talking to Hoover, and I was telling him how, yeah, it's like something's occurring in the background. Like, I don't know, like energetically with everybody in this Discord. It's so amazing. All right, everybody. SPY finally fell to the location that we wanted to buy at. Gold is struggling to keep its position here. You're just mostly hanging towards the downside right now. Now, just so that we don't wipe our account here, we're not going to get into any more gold trades. If we get into any more, we're going to have to mark that as a, you know, an act of breaking the law, is how I think of it. Because again, when you say something, your words are law. Think about it like that. And when you go against it, it's kind of like, yeah, you're just going against the law. Don't want to do that. All right, let's move on. Stop talking about gold for just a second here. Let's go put on NVIDIA because you got shocked out the sky. So let's see if there's some more opportunities here. Let's give it a little look. Let's give it a
Quick
little
question,
look.
Silo. You said SPY's at the level you can look at calls.
Yeah, so right now, it's at a level where you could get, you know, like cheap calls, nothing too aggressive, because you're at the opening, like around the opening price.
Yes, sir.
It's just if this falls below opening price, you're going to fall down to pretty much this whole gap fill. You're going to fall straight down to number 4. So what we're going to do here is we're going to let it go to number 1. If it goes below it, we're just going to hop into a put, but we're only going to get like 1 or 2. And then if I see it drop below number 1, below number 1.5, below number 2, hits 3, hits 4, we're going to sell out, let it bounce to number 3, maybe number 1, and then buy more puts for this to get shut down. Because that means it went from one side of the aisle, which was bullish, and now you're traversing to the other side of the aisle, which is, you know, just a little bit more bearish, right? In the short term, you could say. So right here, I'm going to buy in right here, everybody. Oh my goodness, these SPY options. You know how we just fell out the sky? I'm up 100% on everything still. How much was this at right now? It's at 900. You were just at 990. Is this not updating? Wait a second. Wow, that's crazy. All of our options are up 100%. That's a little bit more than I thought. QQQ is 50%. Target is 15%. Let me show you guys what's going on here. And then, let me see. I haven't hopped into a play yet. All right, so we took a picture of that. We'll post that in a second here. The futures account is dropping. We lost 900 so far. We're up just 100 now. Earlier today, we were up around 1100 in the morning, like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., when gold was at its high. So it's pretty good now. By the way, I'm trying to talk slower so you guys could, you know, not miss out any of the details that I'm, you know, thinking about. But yeah, let me know if it sounds like I'm depressed or something, because sometimes when I speak slower, it just sounds sad. Okay, so those calls, amazing. Let's look at the put side here. So SPY fell down from 1.5 to 1.0 to 1.5. You're now above 1.0. You're potentially going to snap up to the upside once more. So if it just runs up here, remember, we already have a ton of calls. We could just wait. We don't really have to buy nothing in the short term to risk it for the biscuit. we can more so just try to wait for, you know, like some random ass downside. It sometimes happens and it's so annoying because it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, what in the world? The market looks so bullish and why is it falling now? Like, you guys want to hear something ridiculous? Last night, for some reason internally, like my body, it usually does this. So let me tell you guys something. When you get to a certain point with the charting, like when you do it over and over and over and over and over again, right? There's this weird little phenomenon that happens. That phenomenon is basically your body creating a conclusion subconsciously before you even had a chance to think. So it's kind of like you staring at the screen like right now. And then while you're staring at the screen right now, you're not even thinking. You're just staring at that thing like Patrick from SpongeBob. And while you're staring at it, boom, an idea pops in your head. You see where's the next buy and sell because you're just looking at patterns. So like, for example, the fact that you ran up to number 3 and fell down to number 1. Yesterday you hit number 4, then ran up, right? So if you're hitting number 3, could it mean that they're doing that because the market's more bullish, right? And what I mean by that is, how can I recognize that as being more bullish, right? I recognize that as being a little bit more bullish for one reason right now. And the reason is because when we bought at the bottom a couple days ago, you were at an extreme low, which was like right here. Top step is still down here. Your top step locked up. Why? What happened to it? So you know what's crazy? Last night, I swear on everything I love, I was trading with Top Step and it was lagging. Like, it was like broken. Like, I would get into a trade and it wouldn't show me where my trade was. Like, it wouldn't, but it would tell me if I'm down or up on the side. So I was like, you know what? Screw this shit. I'm going to sleep. I couldn't figure out for like 30 minutes. I don't know if you guys heard me frustrated last night. I mean, you could probably watch the live from this morning and check. But, yeah, so we got past it. It turns out I needed to cancel all positions. So somehow I was in a position, but I needed to cancel it. Like a order or something. I guess. I don't even know. I've never experienced that before. So if your Top Step ever doesn't let you see your buy and sell, but it says you're going up and down, I want you guys to just let me know, okay? I'll show you how to fix it. So, what did we tell everybody about SPY this morning? What we told everybody about SPY this morning was we want to see it run up to 679. After 679, you fell straight down to 677. So it's like you falling from one structure point to another. Because remember, yesterday, what did I tell you guys? I want to see 677 and then 679. Those are very two important levels. And the reason why is just because of these weekly boxes, you see? So me using a box from the top of October 29th and then the first week of November. Because remember, the way I chart, the way I teach, it's all structured. At least I try to make it. Because again, you guys are... Time is a very important factor, right? A lot of people, they feel as if some people don't give them enough time, right? A lot of people feel as if some people give them a lot of time. In my honest opinion, I don't put a price on time, right? So when I spend my time with you guys here, I want you to understand that, and again, I'm not trying to get philosophical and all talky right now, but I'll end it with this point here. I want you guys to understand that I have so much respect for you guys wanting to sit here and watch me ever since I was 23, right? And listen to me. Just like how Mansa said earlier, right? It makes me feel amazing. You know, the fact that me, a young individual, is capable of helping people that are, you know, older. So when I was younger, I used to always look at those that were older with a lot of respect because those are the only people who were around me. I didn't really have too much people who were my age. And I do the same thing here. I can't, I have to make this perfect for you guys. Like, all this stuff has to be top notch, because if it's not, then why am I doing you a you know, a disgusting deed like that? Like, why would I sit here and not try as hard as I can, not pass out on my chair, and then wake up and go right back to it? In fact, that's exactly what you guys make me want to do. So my success is mostly in part because of you guys, actually. It's actually from teaching. It took me way further. So, yeah, that's all I want to say. That's all I'm trying to say. No way! Top Step platform crash? We might get free resets? Hell yeah! I got some extra accounts. So, by the way, everybody, we went through... I wanted to have every Top Step account have its own kind of crazy buys and sells, or like its own... How do I say it? Like, imagine if I was 10 people, right? Imagine I thought of the market in 10 different ways. What I tried to do was I try to trade the future stuff very as aggressively as I trade my options now, right? Just straight out the gate. And what I was looking for was how much is, like, for SPY, right? For options. When you get 20%, a 20% trade, what is a 20% scalp trade when you compare it to futures? Like, how much are you making? Are you going to lose money on fees? Is it going to be so close that you're not going to make anything? How much are you going to make? You know what I mean? And what I did was I went through 10 different dynamics. The last one was gold. So I did ES. I did MES for you guys. So now we have a way where if you guys want to trade one of those two, you could see how I did it and how I passed my account doing it. And then I moved on to NQ. I did that stuff. We toyed around with it for a little bit. And then again, we just did gold. So we did like all the 5 main names, you could say. I do want to try oil next time. So we can open up 2 more accounts, right? Because we lost one of them. The reason why we lost the other one was mainly due to the fact that SPY crashed $11 this one day when I was looking for a scalp trade. So I ended up just losing the account, which is okay. It happens. Listen, it happens. That's the price you pay when it comes with futures. That's a lesson to be learnt right there. Even if I was up, I think I was up like 27,000 at that point. Yeah, I was. I was up 27K. And then the first day, I didn't get sold out. No, I got liquidated, but it was for a $10,000 loss. So I went from 27 to 17. And then the next day, the same thing happened again. So right there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that a lesson, right? I was up $27,000 and I was looking for a $2,000 to $3,000, scalp trade. It was wrong, and I should have done this and this and this and this because too much risk. I was waiting too long. I need too much of a move, right? So you start listing all these factors, and what you get is like a perfect situation, a way to make that situation that turned out to be bad, and it turned out to lose the account, or to cause you to lose the account. You're basically using that to your advantage now, so that the next time you trade, you're always going to basically make it work. And if it fails again, you make that little conservative, like scalp trade, make it even smaller. You see what I'm saying with this? So what I'm trying to go with is incrementally build your knowledge every day by testing it with paper trades, with anything you can get your hands on, ladies and gentlemen. I don't care if you don't have nothing. If you don't have nothing to your name, perfect. This is going to be an even greater story for you. But just take your time. Don't put too much money. Like when you first start options trading, the one thing I want you guys to do is, if I have 500, just use like $10, $20 and try to get like that 15, 20, 30%, trade, and just keep selling it. Keep going back and forth. Start with a low amount. I'm telling you, please. Because the second you start with a low amount and you take that account to X amount, imagine that. X person started with $15 and he took that account to $1 million. And you could show them every single day's buys and sells. You could show them whatever they want to see. You cement your legacy. That's what I'm trying to say to you guys. Not for the world to see, not to prove a point, because there's no value in that, but for yourself. You know what I mean? Because when I made 100K my first month, I saw how I did so bad. It was really bad, actually. because every day I was averaging down. I would buy like something with 2,000, throw another 5K into it. The same way you guys see me trade my SPY 0 days right now, I would do that for the 5 days. And it would be a little bit more forgiving, but it would be way slower. It would be so much slower. But now it's like the 5 to 10 day contracts are moving like 0 days. So you guys should use that to your advantage. And the way you do that is, if I have $500, again, start with $15. Test the 0 days a little bit. After a week of testing and a week of documenting how you did, where you went wrong, what you could have done better, move on to an account size that has $20 to $50 starting. And then, again, run the same test for a week. Your third week in this Discord, the first thing you should be doing, and though this is kind of what I want you to be doing this week, since this is your third week, I want you to now look at your first 2 weeks, see what you could have done better in terms of your own internal, execution, and just literally do like 5% better this time. So if you could just do 1% to 5% better every time, by the time the next 2 weeks pass, again, you just fixing one thing per day. So like whether it's a buy and sell, whether it's where your circles are listed, whether it's where my arrows are listed. And after you get that done, the next and the last week of the month, I want you to buy off of just the arrows. Because now you're turning a trading style you learned into something that's basically able to execute by itself. You don't have to think no more. You could just look at the chart. All right, SPY's above the 1/2 point. That's bullish. You haven't hit it though, so I know today you could fall down on top of it. So if I'm going to go heavy for options or SPX, I want to buy somewhere around here, which funnily enough, that's also exactly where the gap was created at, right? Funnily enough, that was the exact reason why you had a gap, because of the 1/2 point. So what I started realizing was these stronger fractions, they oftentimes cause you to have gaps. Just like that. The fact that you got stuck on it last night, I told everybody if you're above it, next stop is 677. You guys heard that already. Then 679. After that, you're going to have 681 and then 683 to like 682. By the way, Frost, good morning, brother. Good morning. How are we doing here, gentlemen? What is SPY doing? You literally are getting the same price action as yesterday. You guys know that, right? Yesterday in the morning, we had like 5 trades by this time right now. And all 5 trades were profitable, 0 losses. The last trade we had to take a loss on, which was trade number 11. No, it was 10, 11, 12. 10, 11, 12. The last 3. And those trades were using just profit, right? So it's okay. Just a little bit off the top of the table. We'll just make that back today. But I want to do it in a harder setting. I don't want to do it like how we did it yesterday. Makes it a little bit easier, you could say. Because again, where are you falling to? You hit number 3, fell down to number 1. We told everybody that's a call location, just like how Mansa had asked. You then ran right back up to number 1 and then almost 1.5. So you're kind of doing like half moves right now. Especially when you fell down to here. You didn't really hit 1.5. You stopped right above it. So again, you're doing this weird condensing type of price action, right? So just wait for it to expand. Remember, when the market expands in one direction, you tend to go the opposite direction. Does that make sense, everybody? By the way, that's how I made my CS owns. That's the idea behind the concept. So if I go here, this is where the market's consolidating, right? Between number 3 and opening price. You just keep getting stuck around here. You could drag it down a little bit lower, but do you see how now you're holding on it right now? If this thing holds on it right now, right here, you're just going to run up, ladies and gentlemen, to about the halfway point, which is right here. If you get above that halfway point, you're going to shoot up to number 2 on the reversal points. So if you guys want to get calls here, because it's right below that, that range, again, it could fall out the sky. If you don't want to buy here and you want to wait, just like how I'm waiting for the SPX, you can do that. But if you guys want to trade SPY here, I would go, let's take a look. 678 calls. The bottom was 100 right there. Right now they're currently at 130. It just fell from 230 at the top of reversal point number 3. And then let's go ahead and check that weekly buy area just so we can see how we entered into. Okay, so right here it says calls above 676.20, which is so funny because you hit that pre-market. We could have actually, you know what's crazy? What if I try getting into these trades pre-market with the futures account? Meaning, watch this. Ready? What if I make a set of buys and sell for SPY that I could also follow with the futures account? Meaning I'm just looking at SPY's chart while I'm trading the futures with like my phone or something, or on my other screen. Because like you could still see that stuff after hours. You're not going to be able to see the price action, but you can see where your stuff is at. It's going to kind of be like drawing on a tablet while looking at the screen above you. Yeah, let's try it. Because, I mean, just look at it, right? Did it work out pre-market? Actually, let's go down here for a second. The puts worked out, so that's cool. The other day, remember how you fell down? Like, all the way down to here on Thursday? Yeah, so those were really good. And then we started buying around these lows. Because remember, that's how I buy. I buy around lows, and then if I'm going to buy puts, ladies and gentlemen, how am I going to go about buying those puts? I'm going to go about buying those puts at the highs, which is like, let me hide everything. So you see right here and right here, you see how the market's running up? I definitely think you could fall again. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying? Because look, that line at the top, when I unhide everything, I want you to search for the line that hits this high and this high, because it's about to hit it right now. That's why I'm thinking the market's still pulling up here. It's going to yank up to that line. Line, and then once it yanks up to that line, we'll see if it reflects off of it, because we're gonna have to give it like a day. That's the one thing that I wanted to teach you guys before, but I've never actually written it down. So let me go ahead and write that down right now. Whenever the stock market goes near or towards an important area, you're always gonna have to wait for the next day to confirm whether it's above or below. Always. If on the same day it got to the line or got to the important area, it crashes below it, only trade 0 days that are 2 to 5% of your whole entire account size. That's it. Just keep it like that. I'll add that to the Discord somewhere. I just want to write it down. But yeah, look for the line. Ready? Boom. So that line is right there. For us to hit it, we would need to run up to 681. So I do think this market is more bullish than it is bearish. In fact, if this is the acceleration area, you're just going to go right up to the top. I kid you not, just like yesterday. Just like how we told you, if you hold at 688 or 668, you're going to run up to 675. You're going to literally do the same thing today. It's just, remember everybody, is this going to be the best buy? And the answer is no. There's still an opportunity for the market to fall here, for us to get an even better buy. And that's what I'm waiting for. That's how you make extreme amounts of money. It's waiting for trades like that. Not just getting, any old trade. Because it can go against you, unfortunately. We're up 3,000 on the gold trade now. Wait a second. I got a Forex trade. Oh no. Where's Forex? We completely forgot about it. If I hope you didn't run up higher. Come on. Shit. Yeah, this was the buy point. Ah, damn. The reason why that's the buy point is because think about it like this. The market's like a flow. So when the market flows, if we're looking at just these boxes here, which these boxes look really nice. I like this color. But, I mean, just look at this line here, right? You went below it. Then you went all the way up here. Then when you fell down, right? What did you do? This is the most important thing. When you fell down, you held on top of the line now. And then you ran up higher, right? So we still have an opportunity for this to go up a little bit higher than where it's currently at right now. And then if it falls down again, I doubt it's going to go as low again. It's probably going to stop like right here. And then potentially, you know, do something erratic somewhere around here. After it does this and this. You see? So it's like, whenever you're trading in the market, always recognize that the market does the same thing every time. It's just different prices, different companies, different stocks, different whatever it is, right? It's all robotic. It's 90% is done through computers. So the robots, they're a little stupid. I'm sure you could tell. They only do one thing really good because they could do it really fast. Now, if you have a quantum computer, ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, retreat, we got a problem. We're going to have to literally relearn the market when those quantum computers come out. But I don't think it's going to be too hard. I really don't think so. We've done it once. We could do it again when that new type of technology comes out. But in terms of right now, right here, for the next 10 to 15 years, we have plenty of opportunities to make as much money as possible with this. And I want you guys to just remember this stuff. So like, let's say the market goes lower, right? Let's say this line that was created with these lows, the market wants to go lower than it. Well, what that tells me is that now you're going to want to hit these lows here. So if you go below this line up here, I'm going to wait and not buy at all. I don't buy. This is like a gray area. I don't like that. I'll just wait. And the second it falls to that same low from before, just like how I bought down here, and just like how I bought down here on the 1/2 line, yeah, we're just going to wait. But damn, it hit it perfectly, you know? Hit that 1/16 point really nicely. So if it gets above the 1/8 point, let's let it get above it. Because what we could do here is the second it gets above, like right here, you could say, we could just continue to, we'll let it get above it first like this, and then let it fall down on top of it. And if it could hold, we could just go long and try to see if we could play up to the 1/4 point. Because remember, where did you fall down last to? Over here? The 1/8. But this 1/8 is above the 1/2. So look at the 1/2. Look at the 1/8. You see how you went way further to the top side? That's showing you that this market on the short term is extremely bullish. It's literally just hanging on the bullish side. It's hanging right above the halfway point, and it does not want to go below it. So what I would do as a trader is I would just try to get my buys as close as possible to this line, and then have a stop loss just in case the market wants to. Because think about it. If it falls below the halfway point, where is it going to go? First to here. Remember, use the lows. Use the lows. Train your mind to just look at lows and highs. And then you're going to go down here. So if I'm going to buy on the right side, what does that match up with? It matches up with the 1/8 point. And then it matches up with my green arrow all the way down here. That's why I have the green arrow there, by the way. Because of the low. You could buy above it. Sometimes the market, like you see how this is a low and it stops like right here. Sometimes the market will literally go like this and run up right before the low, which is like down here. And that's so annoying, but that's the reason why I personally buy on the 1/8 point if I'm buying monthly options. Does that make sense, everybody? So again, if I'm buying monthly options or like 2-week to 3-week options, I'll look at a market like this and then I'll chop it down a little bit more. Like you see the blue boxes right here. Let me show you guys. You see all these boxes right here? All these boxes are the shorter boxes. That's why they're a different color. And then the orange boxes are different. And then if I zoom out again, you have different boxes, right? And so on and so forth. But the idea is that you're merging all these different time frames. You're recognizing that this is the 1/2 point. So again, as a trader, recognize that you could buy here. This is like your best buy. Recognize that you could sell puts out with the 1/8 point the first time it touches it. And did that work out? Let's go ahead and check. Oh my goodness, this damn drawing tool. So again, everybody, you see how you ran from the 1/2 point all the way to the 1/8 point, and you literally fell right below it, but you didn't perfectly hit it, right? So since you didn't perfectly hit it, the one thing I want you to recognize is when you do hit it right now, it could be another put play right here, because again, you didn't hit it yet. You fell right below it. But what I would personally do is not buy puts on the line. I would let it get above the line and then try to buy puts slightly above it, because by the time it snaps back down on top of it, you're already up. You know what I mean? Those are usually my favorite trades. Like when I buy, I'm usually buying when people's stop losses are getting hit. That's usually where I buy. And the only reason why I started doing this was because that's exactly what larger pools of money do. And yeah, that's pretty much it. They just wait for the extreme moves and then they buy. Or they wait for the extreme moves and then they finally shut down the market. But first you have to get something extreme. That's the first thing. And yeah, remember, this is all the euro. So I just literally taught you guys how to trade the euro. Just like that. This is currencies, right? So if you guys want to trade that, it's fun to trade everything. Let me tell ya. Because you be in a different country and sometimes you can't trade options because, you know, the damn options market is closed. So at least with Forex and futures now, imagine how much money we're going to start to make. We're up 5,000 on gold right now. Speaking of futures, let's go ahead and check the SPY trade now. Remember the leaps. We didn't buy nothing on the bottom here. But we told you guys what strike price to go with. Do you guys remember? So again, we talked about the 678 strike price. Currently, as we speak right now, you're already in the money. Again, we did not buy it, but I want to see if you guys were dabbling around. So let me know if you bought it. Let me know if you sold it out. Let me know if you have an idea as to what you should do next. Let's get everybody's brains spinning here. Let's get everybody thinking. Not spinning in the bad way, by the way. Sometimes I gotta choose better words. Oh, man. We could make the CS zones now, because remember, this is not a CS zone. I was showing you the idea of a CS zone, but you see how it's kind of working? You ran up to the 1/2 point. The only reason why this box works here is just due to the fact that I measured the low and then the high. That's pretty much it. It's like the weekly boxes. It's like that thing right there on the daily is the same thing as this bigger one here. And by the way, when you merge all of them, so like when you merge this with, you know, like let's just say you create a smaller box right here for today's price action for like so far, get the bottom, get the high. Right now, you're currently at the halfway point. So if you go below it, you're bearish. If you go above it, which you currently are, you're basically bullish. Make your brain think like that. And then you might be like, all right, what if it falls out this box? I get that it's at the halfway point, but what do I do next? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. You think our ideas stop right there? Come on. Grab the middle. Hold control. Drag it. That midpoint, which is right down here, perfectly lines up with my diagonal line, which comes from the bottom left. So that's where I'm going to buy. If not, probably like right below it, which also, for some reason, is also on the gap fill. So you see how all the other trading styles, they kind of line up with you filling that gap right now? So because of that, because they all line up like that, what I'm looking for is you to just do it, you know? I'm kind of waiting for it right now. But I know the market could just run up to the sky right now. Why do I know that? It's just due to the fact that you fell at the sky here. You ran up to the sky then you fell. And you ran up to the halfway point, then you fell. But then now you're above the halfway point. So what I'm looking for is to see if you're going to fall around here. And if you fall around here, potentially what we could do is get into like a nice 5-day play for you to fall from 682 down to 675. You know what I mean? Something small, something light, something just not too aggressive. I'm not trying to play for down here again. And if it happens, it happens. If you guys want to buy those puts, you can buy them. Do I suggest you buying puts right now on the monthly? Hell no. 5 days, maybe 10 days. Just keep it cheap. Where I do think you should buy puts at is going to be right above 689, so like 690s. And then once again, on all these buys that you see on my screen here. So if you guys want to take a picture real quick, I'll put the prices for you guys on YouTube, because everybody that's in the Discord already has their own version of this. So let me go ahead and put this here. And again, I have no problem with giving you this for free. Just make sure you get into the entries. Don't be worried. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Just listen to what it says to do. I'm going to fix them, by the way. These are not correct. Because you see how they're all copied? Oh, wait. They're not all copied, but I got to fix this here. Not 5 to 15 days. Hell no. You got to get like a 30-day to like a 90-day play here. You know what I could do, though? I could keep this, and then I could put the bigger play on top. So you can always get into the bigger play. You know what I mean? So the cheaper play, you're getting into it at the best time possible. But then the more expensive play, you're getting into it at just like a little bit more of an extreme point. So it's a little bit more worthwhile. And you don't have to maybe buy for as much. So that's right. I actually like that. We just literally made that up right now. I might start doing this on every single chart. Wait a second. Okay, so first let's change this here. Let's put 30 days dash 180 days. We'll just keep it like that. 30 days to 180 days. And then we have to put the strike prices for you guys. So we'll leave that there. And then I can put this one up here too. And then watch this. Control copy. Oh, wait. Control copy this. And just copy the same message, basically. And then let's just fix it. Below 7. Nah, not 751. I mean, we could buy at 751. The ones tend to be psychological. So let's buy it. Yeah. We could buy it there. So 751. Play puts to 734. Same areas basically is what you're playing puts for. All right, what else? That's goal number 6. You have the prices there. I have to put the strike prices for you guys, but I'm gonna actually no, I technically don't. The way I want you guys thinking about strike prices is in a very simple manner. I have a thing already done, so I'm gonna put it on the screen after. Just give me a moment. Let's just put the levels, make them separate. Should I have you guys buy monthly puts at 715? I don't think so. I'm gonna do it, but I don't think you guys should do it. I'm buying puts. I kid you not. All the money that I'm making right now from the calls that we bought down here, that was why I'm doing this, by the way. I'm setting myself up so that if and when it gets up here, again, if and when it gets up here, I have enough capital to basically, this is going to sound crazy, but every single structure point that I know is like a fraction. So like, watch this box here. I take this big ass box, I put it right here. That's the 1/2 point. So that could be a point where we play. This could be a point where we play. But these are weekly levels. You have to look at the monthly ones. Because the monthly ones, they're going to tell you what's the bigger picture. The weekly levels are only going to tell you what happened last week and what can happen next week. And, of course, what can happen, 52 weeks from now. Of course, the weekly could help you with that. I actually have weekly charts that I'm using since the beginning of 2024. But again, use the monthly ones. They're easier, it's less complicated, less shit on the screen. I like simple. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, it tends to work out. And then copy the box again, because this is the last box. So you guys are going to see something crazy. This chart, number 6, is going to turn into something that's basically ridiculous. Because all these boxes that I have that I did not copy, I'm going to start copying them below down here. So that when SPY starts crashing, we literally have hundreds of different areas that we can sort through to see which one is going to be the best box to use. Because there's a lot of boxes here, right? Watch this. I do this on purpose. Because now on this screen, how many boxes are there? It's just the same box, right? Just one box. So I basically go through testing on one screen, mass testing, as many different boxes as I could create. And that's how I then got this calculation where, like, for every day, you have a monthly box or a daily box. And then for the last day, that equals 2 days. You're going to have 3 boxes per week. And then chart number 3, which is this one. This chart, why is it on NVIDIA? We're up 10,000 on gold right now. Let me show you guys for a second. So again, just us buying at the 1/8 point and at a previous older 1/2 point. You're able to now run up to the tippity top. I'm going to put my stop loss right below that line. That's going to be at about 8,000. 8,200. There you go. And what am I looking for in terms of a goal? I'm looking for you to run up to here, which is going to be about 30,000. And then I'm not going to get into any entries up here. So I'm going to completely be like on the sidelines, just in the bushes waiting. Think about it like that. And once you get to the 1/8 point and you get like somewhere around here, I'm then going to start getting into my gold trade with one position. Because on this account, I could buy 10 each, like each direction. And what I want to do is up here at number, 1.8, 1/8. I want to see if I can get into a nice little scalp trade. Because if you fall from here back down to... Actually, let me show you what a different chart so you can understand better. Because this chart, it works, it's good, but this is like your weekly variation of it. It's not actually explaining what I just told you before, which is the monthly, which is more important. So you guys know how gold ran into the sky, like the sky, and everybody was talking about it all year. Well, for gold, I actually made this chart in January, and these are all the trading styles I used. So this is exactly how it's going to be in the books. You're going to see a visual representation of all the styles that we use, the reason for it, and then what you're going to see is me basically actually like putting it in action down, what's called down here. So then what we did was, this sounds crazy, but the range that I used for these boxes was just basically, let me see, where's it at? Because these are
Order
smaller
filled.
boxes. What just happened? Order filled. Investigating. We're looking into a platform-wide issue. That's crazy. Yeah, hopefully they give you guys resets. That's what I'm saying. Don't cancel your accounts yet. Not yet. If you have other accounts that you failed, they're going to charge you $50 again next month if you still are holding it. So what I suggest you do is just keep an eye out for when you had to pay for it. And just make sure you don't, unless you're intending on doing that. Because if you're intending on just letting your bank account fund your, whatever the hell you call them, the damn combine accounts, you could just get up to 5 of them and then copy trade, right? That's basically what I'm doing right now. Top Step is back. You had no plays, alive, no drama. There we go. There we go, John. So what I was trying to explain to you guys earlier was when I created these boxes here, I basically used, I'm trying to see what range. Oh, I see it now. I see it now. Yeah. It's basically this middle area here. So it's in the summer or in October. So I used October's high. I then used November's low of 2024. Again, this is in January, so like somewhere like around here. That's why you can see all these damn lines, because I was trying to test ideas. And the idea that I came to, the conclusion was, when it runs to this white line, it's going to fall. That's what I told everybody on the Discord. That's what my brain thinks. Let's see if it happens. You hit the white line, you fell. I was like, okay. By the way, this is before I started trading gold. The first thing I did was make the chart, literally put all these ideas, and all these ideas that you see on the screen right now, these were right before I started trading gold. I actually started trading gold in September. September, like, of this year. August, September. So think about that. I made the charts in January, and I started trading something 8 months after. The reason why is because I was trying to perfect it. Now, you hit this white line, or you hit this one first, and then you fall again. So now I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I got an idea. As you could tell, up here when you hit this white line, I told everybody, let's paper trade this, and let's try to see if we can go short up here. We paper traded it. You went from this white line down to this one. We went long. You then ran up to here, and we then just stopped. We let it do whatever it was going to do next. You then fell down to the white one again, held, back to the white, falling down to the midpoint in between the white boxes. And then the next thing you do is you basically catapult up into the sky. You hit this white one, and this is really where I started trading. Actually, no, it was down here. This is where we really started trading gold. I got into a put the second you hit this line. I was down like 2,000 here. This account was about 4,000, 5,000. So I was down about half here, right? Things were getting really bad. I let it sit, let it rock. The first thing we noticed was that you collapsed right back down here. And when you hit the bottom, you held, and we sold. Because we were worried that this thing wasn't going to go down lower. It was going to actually run up into a new high. Which you basically did. And then we once again did it again. This time we were doing it with a bigger account. We got to the trade here with, I believe it was 10K. And with getting into a put trade here with just 10K on gold, when you fell down to right here and we sold, you were up 16,000. So just a scalp trade was worth 16,000. That account went straight from 10K to 26K. It was the most mind-boggling thing ever. I didn't know you can make that much with gold. So then I started thinking, I was like, wait a second. My charts are way too big. This is like the monthly picture, but the way you should trade it, because of how fast it is and how much money you can make with a short move, you should have smaller charts. That's why I started creating, you know, kind of like independent factors that are now inside. But yeah, I think you're going to run up to a new high here. Same situation. You hit the white box. Gold falls again. It doesn't matter what price gold gets to. It can't run away from me at this point. You know? Keep it like that. Keep it simple. You said they are good with resets. Check your emails from Top Step. Let me see. Let me go check my emails from Top Step. I have no idea what account it's on. Let me see. Let's go here. Mail. Gmail. Let me see. Wait, this is not the account. Is it this one? I don't even know what account I signed up with. Promotions, Ninja Trader, Take Profit. Because if they give us a reset right now, I'm about to just reset this 100K account right now. And we'll have some fun with it. We don't have a 100K account that's expressed yet. So I kind of want to get a 100K account that's expressed. And then I might start trading gold here. And then switching it so that the 50K account is only trading MGC, which is like micro gold. Because it does move insanely quick. Like you literally have to watch it every single second. Wait, what does this say? Yeah, I don't think they said anything yet on Top Step. Unless I have no idea what email it's on. could be the issue. Let me actually let me go check right here. Just give me 1 second. Let's go back to Spy. Spy's gonna be very mad at us. We're not paying attention to her. Yeah, we'll give it a second. We'll give it just a moment, everybody. Oh, I completely read your message a little wrong, OG. My bad about that. My apologies. So highest day, profit streak, average losing trade, win rate. That's crazy. Just because that one damn trade, it destroyed the win rate. It's like you playing a Call of Duty game or something. You have one bad match, and your whole entire score is just slammed out the sky. But it's all good though. Is it profit? And the answer is yeah. So there's no need to be selfish here. Be happy with what you have, because that's how you open the door for more. Come on now. Check NVIDIA. We were talking about this a little bit earlier this morning, and what we wanted to see here for NVIDIA was basically, give me 1 second. Let me switch the chart. All right, right here. All right, bet. So yesterday we told everybody that we were going to go long, and I completely forgot about it. Pretty much. So today, if we could fall down from 180 down to 176, we could potentially buy into this trade on NVIDIA. And then next time NVIDIA falls to an extreme low, let's just try playing calls at the like these points that I currently have on my screen right here. So you see how like then NVIDIA ran up to here, and you basically did an equal reaction to the opposite side. Does that make sense, everybody? So again, you hit the quarter point, which was up here. Then you got a little bit beneath the quarter point, which was down here. And then after you got a little bit beneath the quarter point, you held, ran to the midpoint yesterday. Today you opened up at the midpoint. Then you shot up to the quarter point. So what this tells me is that every day you go from a line to a line, at least. Look at yesterday. Did you do it? You did it yesterday or the day before that. You did the day before that as well. You did it this day as well, this day as well. You purposefully literally hit the top right there, and then boom, right back to the bottom. Then boom, right back to a new high. And then boom, you fall because of a previous high. Like we always talk about. So if I'm buying puts, would I buy puts here? No. I would buy puts at the sharpest peak, which is this one, because it's like the one that's furthest away from the bottoms. And then the next peak that I would buy puts on is going to be this peak, which is like 200 and something. Currently, right now, as it stands, right over here on the 20th, we bought calls for NVIDIA to run up to $200. So you are basically down about 400 on those trades. We might have to average down, but I'm just going to wait for today, see if we can go down to an extreme low, and then boom, go from there. All right, so we got these extreme lows covered for NVIDIA. We know how we're going to trade this, which is with the lines. So if NVIDIA goes above and it gets higher, right? Why am I dying? Let me get some water. I haven't drank water all morning. Give me 1 second. All right. Yeah, my apologies. Okay, so we were talking about gold, and then we were talking about the next areas that we're gonna buy puts from or calls from. And what I'm thinking right now is, let's use this area, this range, copy it right on top, just like that. And let's go check. Does this actually work? Is it usable? Or are we just wasting our time, right? And the first thing I want you to recognize is there's way too many red arrows here. I think I was explaining something. Yeah, we don't need these arrows here. This one, do we need this? No. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So again, right above this purple area, that was your area for yearly puts. We actually didn't buy them here. We wanted this to run up a little bit higher because of the Nvidia news. So we told everybody, not 180, because again, we're not buying the puts at 160 because of this high over here. I want to see if this market's going to run up to 180 and then 190. When you ran up to 195, we ended up playing puts up here. You fell down, we sold them. We then told everybody we're going to go long, and you ended up having an explosive run up to the 200s. We sold before you ran up to the top, somewhere down here. You then fell from the top. We told everybody 200 is going to be your fourth entrance for monthly puts, because again, you have your yearly and then you have your monthly. Your next yearly put area would probably be all the way up here at around 260. So this one for now, let's just copy it so I don't forget later, and we'll just leave it right there. So whenever Nvidia gets to here, 260, or not, it's 230. There you go. 260. We're just automatically going to play puts there. Why? Because one, I already have diagonal lines that are pointing towards that area. Two, if I copy the previous weekly box that I used down here and I put it on top just like this, well, this is not even a weekly box. I think this is your whole entire box from the bottom of $80. Yeah, all the way up to $190. So this is a very important box. Where we get the yearly puts, it's like right above the halfway point. So maybe I might lower it a little bit like this, because I know the way markets move is they can collapse from here on the line or above the line. So in my honest opinion, when I buy out of these three buys, I tend to get the one that's like the most extreme, which is the reason why I miss some entries. I don't get everything, of course, because the market doesn't always do that, but it always yields a better experience for me, is what I'm trying to say. And then the next area that you would get puts at on NVIDIA is going to be all the way up here. So again, do you guys see how I just used the simple box from the low to the high, which was 195, copied it on top, and then boom. Now I get everything to 300. And then if I want to be complicated, I could just chop it up. You guys know the deal. It's like a Russian doll. Think of it like that. So you go to the middle point here, and you know, now that's a quarter point. And then you go on top of the halfway point, and you split it up again. This is how you would take the trading style to the next level, by the way. And then you would chop it up again, just like that. So these are all the areas that the market could stop at. So if I'm going to buy puts at the top, and this is the extreme area, I just told you guys I wanted to buy up here because it's double the box, right? Well, now I changed my idea. Right now, I'm now deciding to buy these monthly puts or yearly puts here at 290, not 305. The reason why is because it's the 1/8 point. Sometimes markets will hit the 1/8 point and fall the next 2 months right back down to the midpoint. It's kind of cool, but this is how you actually plan your future entries. This is why I say that you could predict the future. It's because you're just using previous data, copying it, and using it, pretty much. That's pretty much all. So yes, we're not buying NVIDIA right now. We're gonna give this a moment. We could get calls, actually. It's not a stupid idea. You are going up all day today. So maybe we wait for like another hour. If add another hour or two goes by, if you're actually still below this area, we'll buy some calls for tomorrow. Because I could see this going from the bottom area, like right here, and yanking into a newer high. I could definitely see NVIDIA doing that. Now, why don't I think the market's going to collapse here in terms of SPY? The reason why is because 680, where you keep running into right now, like, how do I know the market's going to keep running up? You guys get that I'm trading 0 days. You guys get that I'm using indicators and these other smaller factors to trade. But what gives me the certainty to truly know whether or not a market is bullish or bearish that day? And the answer is with your weekly and your monthly boxes. So let's look at the weekly real quick. On the weekly boxes, every single time, let's just pick a random weekly box. This one right here. You made a high, you made a low, you ran up to the quarter point, fell down to the quarter point, then you ran up higher. Then you fell down on top of the box. Note that, right? Then, have you made a new high above these boxes? The answer is no, right? But when you fall down right here, what are you hitting? Well, when you fell down here, you're literally hitting your boxes, like the top of the boxes from over here. You see that? Like right here is a box. From this low to this high, that's like its own separate box right there. That's how I would draw them. And then what I did was I had another box from the beginning of September that went all the way up to here, which was the 5th. And then I kept extending it all the way up to here. And I want to show you guys something. Look how cool this is. I don't think I drew it here, but let me show you guys something. Let's just take this box for a second. undo it, and take that corner and bring it to the top of, like I just told you, 667. The bottom is 634. Where does the market go when it yanks out the sky in October? It fell down perfectly to this previous range right here, which was from September. So September was causing October to hold. A trend from 2 months prior. Or a month prior, sorry. So at that point, what I was thinking was, all right, if the bottoms of September and then the tops of September are the same thing as October or August, is October the same thing as September? And the first thing you start to notice is the top of October is actually, like the beginning of October, is at the high. So it's at the complete opposite of where SPY was over here. So now, again, this is your weekly approach. I want to show you guys how it changes from this direction to that direction. I just showed you guys that when the market ran up here, every time you run up above a box, you tend to fall back to the top of it. So that's one play, right? So anytime you get above this purple range over here, it has its own trading style for the future. As compared to this yellow boxes, they're like the newer one. They're like the new kid in town, you know what I mean? They got to prove themselves. So we're not really going to get into too many entries on this one. We're more so going to use it as structure points. So like when the market falls down, it will explain the gray areas. But we really want to use the purple one because it's a little bit older. And the low was a really good point. So the beginning of the month was a low. The top of the month was a high. That right there is one of my favorite trends of all time. I love that stuff because then I know that, let's say if October wanted to fall, it would have fell down towards September's midpoint. And did it do that? Come on, everybody. So that's how you do stuff on the weekly, right? It's a bunch of independent factors that are moving and correlating with one another. But what you're using is patterns that you've noticed from over here to then make it work here. And as it starts to give you a different pattern over here, you now know what to do over here, which is the future. By the way, sorry if I clapped too loud right there. That was that was very loud. But now let's show you the monthly approach, because that was just weekly. On the monthly approach, by the way, I have a hole in my cheek, so if you ever notice like me speaking a little odd, it's just because I'm trying to not pass it when I'm talking. Like touch it. Yeah. So when the market ran up to 689, on my screen here, do I have anything that tells me the market wanted to run up to 689? And the answer is yes. I had this 1/4 point, which was at 687. Now, what does this point come from? This point comes from these lows down here, which is April, when Trump crashed the market. And then it goes all the way up to the high of August. Then this box goes to the high of July. Then this box goes to the high of June. Then this box goes to the high of May. Do you see what I did here? So I used the low with every month's high. And then now I know where the market's going to want to fall down to in terms of a halfway point if we collapse to the right side. For whatever reason in the future, we're way more prepared as compared to last year where we only had one chart where it had yearly boxes. So like it had like the big boxes like this. That was the only shit it had. And now we have this going into next year. So like we can compare January with January, February with February. Oh my goodness. It makes me so excited. I can't wait to see what I'm going to discover. Let me tell ya. There's definitely going to be something like really juicy in there. We just got to wait. Keep planting these seeds, which is the boring part. It's the part that most people don't really like. In fact, I don't really like it either, right? There's no crazy feeling you get from it besides seeing the finished product, besides seeing that tree grow, besides seeing your seeds that you planted turn into something that's, you know, beautiful and living. You got to plant the seeds. You got to turn your ideas and your dreams into a reality. And the way you do that is you have fun. Like I have so much fun when I data mine. I made it the thing my brain likes to do, you know? You think I would do this in school or for a job? Absolutely not. I don't even think I would be capable of doing this for anything else. Until I actually did it with this, where it was like at my own discretion, you know? Like my whole success, my whole journey depended on me. Even if I have a teacher, even if I have a coach, even if, you know, it always depends on you. Never feel like your journey is less than another person's, because I would always do that for some reason until it just completely like ripped me mentally apart. And then you got to reestablish a new mental order, because that sounds a little dramatic, right? So it's not like, oh my God, you're crying and you're sad. No, it's okay. It happens. Life does that. But at that point, you're going to have to establish a new mental order. The second you ever have a day where you panic or you get anxious, you need to have a new mental order. Like, you need to change that, because that wastes the energy spiritually and it drains you. You want to be as calm and cool as a pickle, everybody. Come on. You know, I hate pickles. It's so random, but I don't know. Do you guys like eating that? I don't know. I can't stand the smell. I don't know what it is, but it's like, I don't know.
I used to make them.
You got any secret recipes with pickles, culinary?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, it could be the vinegar.
It could be, yeah.
That's like the main thing.
Like, I don't like eating salad with all that extra shit on top. I eat that shit dry. Because I'm allergic to a lot of that stuff. Like, deadly allergic.
Then, yeah, that would make sense. I mean, I don't know. I would say, because it's not really that many ingredients. Pickling spice, garlic, vinegar, water, salt, sugar. That's pretty much it. That's the basics.
What does it taste like? Sweet or something?
Nah, it's just
Oh, mustard? Ah, I hate mustard too.
it's a little bit salty. That's it. Salty, vinegary. Depends on how you do it.
You know, it's crazy. I eat
They do have
cucumbers, but
sweet-
I wouldn't eat that. Aren't they the same
They
shit?
do I was gonna say they do have like sweet pickles and shit like that.
Ah, nah, hell no. I don't really like sweet stuff now that I think about it. Maybe I should stop saying simple and sweet. Yo. No, but I might give it a try. I don't know if I'll give it a try over here, but I'll see. Cause I want to start trying stuff. Did you guys know that I've never had seasoning on food? Besides, I mean, obviously, you know, from people cooking the food, but I'm talking about like adding extra seasoning on top, like hot sauce, barbecue, and all that stuff. I would never do that before 2023. When I was 23 years old, I first experienced spices, and every single trip and vacation I go on, I have a whole damn spice selection coming with me. Let me tell ya, I can't believe I was missing this my whole life. You're almost at number 4. On the spy trades, so far we made 5,000 extra compared to yesterday, and we were up 4,000 yesterday. So in total, how much of these trades are at now? Let me see. These trades are at 3,200 plus 2,000. That's 5,700, 5,800, 6,800, 6,000 or 7,400, 8,000, 9,000, 9,800. 10,700, 11,000, 12,000 plus that. That's gonna be like 13.4 plus. Oh no, I can't add that. 13.4. Well, I gotta minus that. Minus 1,000. That's 12.4. That's crazy. What did I tell you guys yesterday? I wanted this $4,000 that I put into these trades to be worth 12,000, and now it's worth 12,000. So all the losses that we had with that last trade yesterday, we just made everything back with the leaps that we're currently holding. So I might take profit here on one of these leaps. First thing I want to do is post this. 130%, 150%, 94%, 86%, 51%, 23. Oh, that's target, sorry. The 23% is target. So I guess I can't really add those because those are target. I'm not trying to sell them. So let's minus that as well. So 12,000 minus 1,000, that's 11,400. Minus that, that's 11,000. Minus 400, 10,000. So actually, I was wrong. Actually, we're only at 10,000. The other 2,000 was from Target and QQQ and Palantir. Wait, whoa. When did I get Palantir? Whoa, take it a step back. I don't think I posted it. Wait, what? That just threw me straight into left field. Let's go here. Where the hell is the chart? Let's just use this one. Let's go here. PLTR. Did I like subconsciously buy this or something? I can't remember buying this. Let's check to see what date we bought this. First, let me screenshot this. Oh wait, no. Go back. Okay, so first thing is first. Quick pounds here. I bought this on the 20th. What was the 20th? So we bought this here. What time? 15:30. So we bought this at the end of the day over here at 155. The strike price is 200. So the strike price, that's dumb far. Hell no. Oh, hell no. I'm getting out of this. Yeah, this is not even a strike price I would want to hold. It's like playing for the quarter point. You guys know I don't do that. First thing I like to do here is I would play for the halfway point. So the first thing I would do is grab the high, just like this. Grab the bottom, just like that. Let's zoom in here for a second. And then whatever's the halfway point, which is right here at 184, that's the strike price that I would buy. This is for January 2026. And we're break even on it. So I'm just going to sell this. If you guys got that and you were listening to me at that time, just sell out. I don't like this. All right. So we're gone from Palantir. We potentially saved our behinds with that. We're going to let that rock now. We got SMCI that we paid for. That's for December. I kind of want to buy more SMCI here. We bought it for $30 and it's at 16 each. It's a $45 strike price. SMCI looks like it's curling up and the midpoint is going to be around 45. That's the reason why this is the strike price. Just like how I just showed you with Palantir. Same thing with SMCI. Now let me actually show you SMCI. I just wanted your brain to like kind of like imagine it for a second. Okay, everybody. So what does this say right here? Buy 2 to 6 week out calls at $34-$29 for 5 to 10 strikes out. The main goal is to run up to $45, the 1/4 point, and then so on and so forth with the future points. So as you guys could tell, you're literally at the bottom of the trend here. It might want to curl up, so you might be in the act of doing something like this here, right? It might take some time. It might take a couple, it might be longer than my strike price. My strike price expires right here. So it's either going to be down here or it's going to be right up here is what I'm thinking. And then we're just going to sell it the second it starts to curl up to the upside here. Right now it hasn't made a move, so you guys still have an opportunity to buy. But try to buy like where my yellow line is. You see how the yellow line is kind of like going perfectly with the 200 moving average, the one I just drew? Try to like see if you can get it somewhere down here potentially in a couple days. This will be a really, really good buy. And then what you could do is try to go with a closer strike price. like $40 or $39. And let's show you guys what I was talking about. So again, you grab the high, grab the low, which is to the left. The midpoint is going to be right around here, which is $41. So the strike price that we chose, which was 45, again, it's a little bit more aggressive, but it's because I wanted to go cheaper. I didn't want to spend too much money on each option. And we're again, we're just playing for this higher area. So that's pretty much all for that. I do have to fix this up. I want to give you guys more buys and sells, calls and puts and stuff like that, right? Because we have some puts here. I can actually just copy this up here to the 1/4 point right below it. And then I can copy this here. Actually, no, hell no. Nah. Because these are 1 to 2 week puts. That's like really far out calls. The only location I would copy this onto, honestly, for the calls is like down here at like $17, which is like around the low. And then besides that, I mean, it is only 2 to 6 weeks out. We could fix it up a little bit, but I'm not going to waste my time fixing this right now. We'll do it later. The next area we can copy this red arrow to is going to be the top. So again, this is what I always do every single time. I just copy it. I don't even fix it. I don't care about touching it. I don't want to, you know, make myself feel frustrated. I just do it like that, and then I leave. I go somewhere else. Go to another company. And then eventually, when I come back to this, let me ask you a question, right? This is the same thing as this arrow up here in terms of the explanation. If I don't have the correct areas that this is going to fall down to because I copied it, could you still be able to trade with this? And the answer is yes, of course. So you technically don't need to write anything, honestly. Once you get to that level where you automatically know how many strikes out, always play for the midpoint or the quarter point. Never play for the peak or the higher quarter point, like the 75% point. Again, you always, if the market does a range, you always play the quarter point or the halfway point. Calls or puts. I stick with the quarter points because they're safer than the halfway point. So now let's go ahead and draw the new box so you guys can see how to do this. Okay, so we draw the box just like this, everybody. And now the new box from the high of July of 2025 till right now. So like up here to down here, the midpoint is going to be right here at 46. So yeah. That's why, again, when I bought these monthly options for SMCI, what I did was I basically made it so that everybody should be buying stuff before the midpoint here. Anything above is just too aggressive. If you have something a couple years out, it's fine, yeah. But try to see if you could buy it at a lower low, not 30. Because remember, I was buying this thing over here. I was buying it down here for 18. You ran up to $37 within 5 days, and we got out for around 1,000%. And then you ran up higher. Those contracts went up another 1,000%, but again, we were out. We then went short up here because since you had a range from the top or the bottom to top, what I told everybody was right here to right here. I told everybody that if SMCI falls down to the midpoint, we could buy it on the midpoint. And when you fell down to the midpoint, you kept reacting off of it. You did fall below it at first, but you kept reacting off of it. Up until the point where right there, everybody, you see how crazy that is? When SMCI runs the second time, we bought puts up here so that you could fall down to here. The problem was I told everybody to sell out early. You see? I told everybody to get out the option just in case. I want to see if we can watch the move occur. If not, let's see if we can get a better buy. But yeah, we literally bought 30-day puts right here for a drop to $33. And did it happen, everybody? As you can see, it did happen. The reason why we thought about $33 was because it was a previous midpoint of when you first ran up over here, when we first bought at the bottom down here. So if I buy at the bottom and the market runs up higher, the next time I'm going to buy is at the midpoint or the quarter point. If it falls to the quarter point and then it runs up higher, then I'm going to buy at the midpoint, which is what it did right here. If it runs up higher then falls, then I'm going to buy at the quarter point. It never ran there. So you then fell down lower, and then look at where you're getting now. Touches of that same range. So now it's doing what Intel was doing. which is ping-ponging back and forth with the bottoms, like here, and then with up here. So this is a really good low to buy at, because it could literally just run up to the top again. It's been doing it nonstop. So if you guys buy this, only put in around like 1,000 to 5K, and try to get your options 6 months to like 12 months out. You should be straight with that. Usually when we do that with SMCI, we don't have any losses. Let's go back to SPY here now. Monza said that SPY is about to be at reversal point number 4. All right, everybody. So you're at reversal point number 4 here. The SPY options are up 160% now. QQQ is up 87%. We're about to be up 100% on everything, besides Target. But that's like a different trade, right? The Target trades, they expire June of 2026 and December of 2026. Because what I'm looking for is just a slight little retracement with the... Sorry, give me 1 second. What's today's date? The 26th. I got into this trade on the 26th at 2 a.m. So last night, I bought into the Euro long. Did I get it on my other accounts as well? Give me 1 second. Let me check. I did not. I just got it on the more expensive one. By the way, everybody, we started with 3 cents on a couple accounts. And both of those accounts right now, they're basically at almost 30 cents right now. So that's already almost 1,000%. Again, from 3 cents to 30. It sounds stupid, but hear me out for a second. What I want to do in life is have fun. So what sounds like fun? What sounds like fun is creating a record that hundreds of years into the future, people are trying to beat. That's what's fun to me. And with Forex, you could start trading with just literally, I kid you not, 3 cents. Now, there is no possible way that you could deposit money into an app and trade with something less than 3 cents, at least not to my current knowledge. There could be something, there potentially is, but as of right now, Owanda is the only thing in the world that you could start trading with $5, $2, 50 cents. And last time, my highest that I've ever taken a 3 cent account to was 19. So right now we just broke my record because we've been focusing on it a little bit more than the bigger accounts. And the reason why you want to do this, it sucks. Let me tell you, it does suck because you'll be up 50%, but because it's so small, I'm not even up a penny yet. Look, you guys want to see? Let me show you guys my other Discord. So go to the Forex Discord. Okay, so at 1:30 last night, we got into this trade, and we basically are looking for 4,500, which is, you see how you have a higher low, I want to see it break this high, and go for a more significant high that's not close to these two, which is this one's a little bit further because of that wick. So what I'm going to do is sell at the high of this, because I'm thinking it's going to radiate towards this area right there, like right around here. But how much money does it say I'm up here, everybody? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm up 50 pips, which is equivalent to like a 50% to 100% trade on SPY. Actually, no. 50 pips is equivalent to like a 20 to a 40% trade. So I'm up 20 to 40% here, and I'm not even up a single penny. So it is annoying, it is hard, but that's what makes you a better trader. Because now you're going for the more significant trades. So like when I'm trading on a cheap account like this, the way my charts have to be set up is different than compared to when I'm trying to trade on an account that has 9,000, 10,000, right? Over here, I put in 9K. That's what I started with. I'm up 53 pips. And as you could tell, that's $2,000. We actually ended up selling this. I took a $200 loss. I sold it for $2,030 because of where Forex was. It looked a little bad. Basically, let me think. When did I get into that trade? These are longs. So that trade that I just showed you right there, I got into that one right down here at the bottom. I went short up here on November 13th. That's what November 13th is. And then on November 20th, like right around here when SPY collapsed, I sold it just in case it was going to flip. And then 2 days later, I rebought it because it went lower and it was hitting King's Point, which was by the previous low. You guys know how I trade by now. Same stuff, right? Nothing different. And yeah, that's pretty much all for that. One time, okay, so I'll tell you guys a little story. One time we had an account. I first started trading Forex with, how much money did I put in? I think I put in how much? Was it 50? I think it was $50 in the first account I ever had. That $50, we took it to 70, and I kept holding because I didn't know what was normal. Just like how I did it with the futures combine accounts, I trade and I basically did the futures combine accounts in a way where it was just like how I traded Forex when I was first learning how to do it. You got to be wrong at first. You got to let yourself take a loss. Not too significant, of course, but you got to let yourself take a loss. So what I thought about was, all right, with Forex, let's just start with 50. See what we can do with that. This is September of 2024. November of 2024, the Forex market crashes out the sky and it starts performing a yearly move. And at that point, you guys want to see it? Let me show you. Let me just have you guys tag along with me for a second here. Because these are just like the experiences that if one pays attention to, it's kind of like you don't have to go through the whole trial and error situation, right? You could just hear what somebody's saying, mimic it, copy it, and see if it works. But what I was saying was, when I first started trading, it was right around here. Yeah, like right around here. So this is what killed the account, basically. I had $50. It went up to here. I was up to $75. I didn't sell. And by the time you fell down... No, it was here. Was it here? I think it was over here. I think that's what it was. I might be wrong. It's either here, I got sold out, or here. Somewhere over here. And then, I didn't touch this at all until about... Where was it? Until about right here. You guys see that? When you had this low, on November 22nd of 2024, that's when I first started trading, like, aggressively. Like, for real type of thing. Not just... Because remember, before this, in September, I didn't have DARP. I didn't have that trading style yet. And it was a problem because I didn't have the fractions. Like, the halfway points that you guys see me trade with, I never had that back then. At least I don't remember I did. I might have. Sometimes I forget. But by the time you went from here, like right here to up here, what I did was I literally just looked at last time you fell to a low, which was like down here. So you did something extreme. And then you basically ran up to X area. Now, watch how cool this is. Where is it? Was it down here? Give me 1 second, everybody. I want to show you this really. I just remembered something. And if I remember correctly, this was literally one of the craziest things I have ever done. Not this one. This one here. I think this is the one. Go back over here. You should start seeing like crazy stuff drawn. Where is it? Yeah. Okay, you guys see this? This was the chart I was using at the time. I tend to leave my charts and not touch them because basically I want to show like the future how we basically just went about doing it, you know? Like, what were our ideas? As you could tell, I do have the halfway box on. So yeah, I did have just that, but I don't think I had the fractions. Yeah, I didn't have no fractions here. I just had one box. And when you collapse here in December, we told everybody at that point, if you hold above it, we're going to get calls. And then what do I write down right here? We're going to re-enter into longs above the line. So as long as it's above the line, we'll go into longs. If it's below the line, we're just going to basically play the short side. So you ended up falling down to the extreme parts. In January of 2025, I made a video right down here at the bottom. And I told the whole entire world that the market was going to start to change directions for the next 5 years. You know how meaningful this is to me? That I actually managed to get out of my little cave and somehow make a damn YouTube short at the best time possible. Because most of the time, I literally just self-sabotage myself. I know where's a good point to buy. I just don't say nothing out loud unless it's for the Discord. Because I've had so many people take advantage of me where I'm just like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to give just anybody money. I want to be able to at least know who I'm giving money to in terms of their personality, what they think of me, right? Do they really think of me as a teacher, or do they think I'm just bullshitting half the time or all the time? And when I did this here, it cemented my own opinion about myself. Because after you fell to this low, look at this. And then you fell to the same low again. I didn't make a video here, but I told everybody we're going to go long. And just you doing all this, like from you going from here to here, that blew up my account. And at that point, remember, I went from $50 to $70, and then I dropped down to $15. So I only have $15 in the account, and I didn't put another dollar into it at the time. Just with $15. Currently, when I actually made this video, let me see. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, see? So at this current time, started on November 24th, I was at $15, currently at $114. So I was up 1,000% from November 24th, which was down here. And I was basically barely even surviving, but it was working. I just didn't have the trading style officially done yet. And yeah, as you can see how perfect it was. And then we went short up here, sold the short down here, then we went long down here. It's like really chaotic. This is normally not how I buy now, so it probably doesn't resonate with you guys yet, but yeah, it was kind of cool. And then look what happened to the right side. Again, I told you guys to buy down here. Look what happened to the right side. Ready for this? Look at this. You guys know how much money you would have made, right? But that's would have. Should have, would have, could have. So since I said that word, I apologize. Because now kind of sounds like, oh, you're trying to rub it in somebody's face. And that's not what I'm trying to do here. What I'm trying to do here is basically point out the fact that it worked. There was a lot of money to be made here. But I didn't have an audience. Nobody really watches, not watches me, but watched me at the time. And yeah, that's why I'm trying to build this community, because I feel like I can help so many people. And then you know what's crazy? You might think that this is amazing. Like, okay, so he took his ideas from options trading and stock trading, and then he applied it to currencies, and it worked. But that's just one time. You probably got lucky, bro. Let's go ahead and go to the Japanese currency real quick. The last time I told everybody to buy the Japanese currency was around the same time I told people to buy the euro after you had ran up into the sky. Because around this time, the euro was like shooting up into the sky now at this point. This is, where's January? January is, so this is where I made the euro video. Right here, when you were up here. And I told everybody the next play that we're going to buy is down here. We didn't buy. I wasn't paying attention at the time. So you fell down. It worked. You go from this quarter point back up to what point, everybody? The top quarter point. So that's when I started realizing, I was like, holy shit. It's the SPY trading styles are working for the Forex market. It's literally equal reaction, equal reaction. So I was like, all right. Let me see if I could do something crazy here. So I took my box trading style. I went for the bottom, which was right here at the time. That was the lowest point. And I told everybody, let's buy here. And let's try to see if we... I felt a hair on my hand, and I'm like, is that a damn centipede? But yeah, so you then ran up from down here. You ran up to here. We told everybody hold. And you ended up running up 800 pips. 800 pips is about equivalent to... It's like you... How can I say it to you? Because 800 pips is going to be different on the Euro JPY as compared to Euro USD. Let's actually ask... How much money would one make if you buy something with $10,000 and you're up 800 pips? You know what I could do? Should I just sell my Euro position? I could just sell it. It's profitable right now. How much am I up? I'm up $70. I could pay for the fees. Yeah, let me see right now. I'm gonna sell this for a second because I want to see how much money you would have made with the same amount of money I have right now. So Euro JPY. Let's just go short for a second. I swear, you better not crash out the sky right now. That would be so ridiculous. That would be so funny. Okay, so we're gonna sell this now. My phone's about to die. Give me 1 second. Okay, so for an 800 pip move with $10,000, it's not letting me move the damn thing. Oh no, it's because I gotta put take profit. Okay, so that's 400 pips. And go over here. That's 800 pips. So 800 pips is 100%. That's basically you doubling your account. So if you got in down here with 10K and you held to here, you're at 20K now. So then, of course, you would have sold. And then look at where the market fell. To a buy point that I had right here. Later oh my goodness, I didn't even realize I put later. Come on. That's insane. What in the world? I've never done that before. I think I should do that now. That would make so much sense now, because sometimes I have a buy on the screen and you guys might think that it's like the time to buy into that play, but it's actually not right now. It's when you go up higher and then fall on top of that area. But if I had to write all that stuff, it's too much. So if I just put later target, or we got to make a name for it. That's what we could do. Double point of confirmation entry. But that doesn't make sense though, because everything is a double point of confirmation when we buy usually. So I can't really say it like that. All right, whatever. We'll figure it out. This is really, really nice, though. I'm going to remember that. And then, as you could tell, you hit that buy point. And then what did you do? Again, you hit another buy point, which was because it was at the bottom of this diagonal range. And then where did you run to? Quarter point, midpoint, top point, quarter point, above the point, inside. And then now you're basically inside of space and time. Now, let me ask you guys something. Right here was 800 pips. I measured it. That's basically why you see these white boxes here. It was me measuring every 800 pips. So this is now up 1600 pips. So now imagine this. 10K is now at 20K. You fell down. You threw in the whole entire 20K, let's just say again. That 20K, by the time you hit here, is already at 40K. If you keep holding because the move is not done yet, because you want to go up a little bit higher, by the time you hit up here, you'll be at like 20, not 20, but you'll be at like 47K, 45K. And then, of course, you're going to sell because it's about double this down here, which is when you first fell, which is cool, right? Because I grabbed this bottom and this high, if I just copy this on top of itself, the same range, I could basically see how much money I'm going to make if it runs up to here. That's basically what I was thinking when I was first trading this. You said, what's up, brother? First time here? Welcome! I apologize if the charts look crazy right now. It's because I'm trying to explain to people how I first started trading like foreign currencies and how I then took it from this to something that's like this here. Like way more constructive, way more orderly, right? Way more organized. And it first started with chaotic stuff like this. It always does. But then I want to show you guys something. So let's say if you sold your position here the whole entire 40,000, the whole entire shebang, what I would do at that point is take out 30K. So now I only have 10K again. I throw in the whole 10K down here, and that 10K would basically double again. And now, from just having 10,000 down here, you're not even done with the move yet. You're still going in one direction. I've never known you could make, like, money like this. Like, there's so many ways to make money. Like, with this, for example, you hold it. You just hold these trades for, like, months. And then for, like, the Euro trades, you want to scalp them because there's so much people buying it and selling it. You can make so much money just trading back and forth. But stuff like this, you don't want to really play ping pong with it because it chooses directions. You see what I'm saying? So just think about it like that. But yeah, I'm so happy. Like, this stuff cemented, again, me convincing myself that it wasn't just luck. The first time I predicted a massive market doing something, it was actually fully planned. And as you guys could tell, this chart was made since the beginning of history. So it's not like I was, like, when I first started trading currencies, it's not like I started with nothing. I just basically had the trading styles from the options at the time. And that's what I worked with. And then I had these white lines at the bottom here. They go from, like, here to here. And I basically, so you see this white line right here? This one? That was the first one. I just went from this low to that low. And then what I did was I copied it two more times. Once for these lows, and then once for these highs here. So again, low, low, then a low high, and then a low high again. It sounds like aloha or some shit. If I zoom into my chart here, where's the euro market at? It's at that white line right now, right? That's why I'm saying that we might be able to actually get into a trade and play the opposite direction. First thing is first, let me see something. USD to JPY. USD to JPY. Oh my god. What is happening? Wait, give me 1 second. Usually, there's no way this is happening. Every single time I went to Japan, every single time the US dollar rises. And remember, we're going to go to Japan next year. So if this thing could start continuing to rise here, this thing looks like it's just going to run into a new high. Which is not a good thing because you're now approaching highs from the 1990s in terms of the European's currency. Not the European, I mean the Japanese currency, whatever. And yeah, this is wild. So when we go to Japan as a group in June, because we're planning on going to Japan in June as a group, I think we might get lucky. It's crazy because I was going to go to Japan November. In the beginning of November, I was going to leave and then come back like November 20th, like around now. So that is wild. Why does that keep happening? It's such a weird ass trend. Because think about it. When was the last time I went to Japan? Last time I went to Japan was here, right up here. That was in 2024. And then I went here in November. And then I went again over here. Not here. Wait. Here. So that was the lowest time I went. The first time. And then here. And then here. So we can have another peak for when we go again. In the summer. It might happen in the summer. Honestly. The way this is looking. The way it's shaping. You could probably continue to run up into the summer. Yeah. It just depends what happens at the end of the year. If any foreign policy stuff changes. Or if Japan does something crazy. So we'll wait on that. But yes, this is a point that we could sell at. So let's write that down right now. So I don't forget. It's funny because I went short when I was trying to show you guys that. I'm going to hold this. I'm going to hold this for a day or two. Yeah, I'm going to hold this, everybody. I want to test this. I haven't tested this in a long time. Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. We'll put the sell to there. Actually, no, that's way too far. What am I doing? That's way too far. Let's put your sell. Let's just go for like a little scalp trade. Like right there would be $800. That's not bad. Wait a second. Why do I remember making way less money? Hell yeah. When I only have, think about it, you only have 10k, and for a 70 pip move, which sounds like a lot, but it's basically normally how it moves. That's not bad. We could do something with that. All right, so since we have the trade, we're not going to write it down. We have it, so we're good. Let's go back to what we were talking about earlier, everybody, which was the SPY. We have some leaps right now on the SPY that we're holding so that the SPY could run up to 681. So I'm kind of waiting for it to do that first. And then, where's my SPY chart? Oh, never mind. You're at 681 now. Okay, so look at your plays, everybody. Let's see how much money we're up right now. How much money? Is that the proper way to say that? Why did I just feel so wrong saying it like that? So in terms of profit, the 680s are up 140%. The 690s are up 170%. The 715s on SPY that expire in December 31st, because again, it gets further and further as I start explaining it to you. The 715s, they are currently up 100%. The 720s are currently up. These are for January, by the way, January 30th. Those are up 100%. And then the only SPY option that's not up 100% yet is the 740s, which is only up 70%, 67% actually. So everybody, we're hitting our goal. What do you guys think I'm going to tell you to do right now? Think about it. You hit the quarter point finally. So what am I going to tell you guys to do right now? Claim profit. Claim profit, claim profit. In my honest opinion, shit, it depends how much money you guys used. If you guys used a lot of money when we bought down here, just sell it all. And then wait a couple days, let it continue to run up. Because remember, that running up is killing value. You may not think it is, but depending on how slow it does it, or how fast, it will kill more value. Now, let's think for a second. Is this a bad time to sell everything? Just looking at it like this with no trading style on top, not even looking at the EMAs or moving average, what I would say is yes, because you're right at that wedge where you could fall down going down to here. If not, down to here. So yes, you might fall down to here. So first thing we should do here is let's hold the contracts that are further for January, and everything that expires mid-December, we could start getting rid of it because now it's approaching danger hour. If this shit switches directions for a week, it's clipped for us. Because that momentum is going to start destroying all the value of those contracts. So think about it, everybody. We bought right here at the bottom and currently right here at the top. If you run up a little bit more, is that a failure that we failed to hold it to the peak? No, right? It's kind of like we took most of the trade. So yeah, just think about it like that. When am I going to tell you guys to buy puts again? It's right up here at the top. If not, like right here. Literally at that wedge. That one right there. Which you're currently at right now. So, alright, let's start announcing this to everybody. We just lost $100 off the top. Let me take a picture and send it to you guys. Let's also post it on the Patreon. And then let's take a picture of all the trades that we're down on, like the leaps and stuff, so that you guys could buy it for a cheaper price. All right, so currently right now we have 12 plays. Let's trade SPY real quick. I want to stack up some capital here on this account. Where's SPY at? Okay, so right now, everybody, I'm going to hop into a put here on SPY. Actually, you're at number 5. You hit the midpoint, which is right over here. Yeah, we're gonna play the puts here on SPY. I'm also going to sell some of these leaps that I have. And I'm going to hold this. I'll tell you right now. Just give me 1 second. Let me do this first before I get too ahead of myself here. By the way, how's everybody on YouTube? How's everybody on Discord? How you guys doing today? You guys making some good money? Anybody on a, like, you have a trade where it's like a loss or something and you need help? Let me know. I'll call in some backup for you. Okay, so 681 puts are currently $80. What we're going to do here is, let's go back to the reversal points again. 681 puts is $80 right now. What time is it? It's 11:51. So what we could do here is we have 9 more minutes before 12 o'clock. The peak so far is at 11:40. So I think maybe we wait for 12 o'clock. You might get above here. And you might hit number 6 and 7. Oh my god, if you run up to 6 and 7 and we play puts again at the same level, that would be the funniest thing in the world. Because we did it 3 days in a row so far. So this would be the 4th day in a row if we play puts at number 7 again. This is awesome. What's good, Nels? I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? What on the SPY puts you're gonna look at? So the type of puts that I would look at on the SPY is literally 1 strikeout, 0 days. Because what I do is I wait for the market to hit an interesting point, and it usually wobbles around it. Think about it like that. So when you hit something very important, like number 5 today, the first thing you did when you hit number 5 was fall down, but it wasn't that aggressively. If you look at number 3 today, when you hit number 3 on the reversal points, which is, this is a trading style that I teach. This is not an indicator or something like that. I mean, I guess you could say it's an indicator, but it's not like something you can like download or something like that. You got to make it by hand, which is annoying, but it's really worthwhile because you hit number 3, fell down to 1 and basically held. So now that we're at number 5, if we fall down, just do the opposite from down here to up here, which means you're probably going to fall down to like 4 or like somewhere in here. Which means if we could fall down to somewhere in here and we hold, we could potentially just go long again for a higher high. But remember, everybody, the market's running a little erratically right now on the SPY. You're doing it very quickly and you're not listening to structure no more. So that's one of the reasons why now I'm trying to sell some of the calls that we bought at the bottom, which is kind of crazy. We bought those calls $26 from here. So we timed the $26 run up again, which was what we told everybody yesterday we wanted to do. And you said, can I go long SPY for Friday? Honestly, I wouldn't go long on SPY right now because we had basically the whole entire Discord is in longs right now. We're not even really trading today because, yeah, we're making a really good amount. So we're trying to make that stick. You know what I mean? But, yeah, we bought all the way down here. We bought here before, and then we sold it up here when you ran to the 1/2 point. And it was like God literally just blessed us again. He threw it right back to the bottom. Same previous lows. We bought again. And now you're above the 1/2 point. Most likely going to run to the top, which is at 690. So are these trades at the peak of what we could sell them for? And the answer is no. In fact, it's probably not going to be at the peak till at least, what's today's date? The 26th. So you have to at least tomorrow. 27th or 28th, you're going to do something extreme. I'm thinking it's going to be just like how I drew it here, right? Which is you're going to pretty much just rip all the way up to the top. And then once you get above here, you'll start to have some downside. So in terms of like a 5-day or 10-day play, what I would tell you guys is you want to wait for the market to run up higher now because it's in the middle of a move from the left side. Let me know if that makes sense. Yeah. So again, the calls, we got them down here. Now is a little too late to get calls. You would want this market to fall down to the 1/2 point, which is what I told everybody this morning. And it didn't happen today, which is really, really, really good because if you run up to the 1/4 point right now and you fall, most likely you're just going to fall down to the 1/2 point. So I could see that occurring from like today to tomorrow, maybe. And then tomorrow we open up at 675, and then you could buy some calls down here. But just don't go crazy, please. Because remember, I bought my calls at 655, which was, you know, down here. This is at 675, so it's very dangerous. But yeah, this is the way I love to trade, honestly. This is my favorite way to trade. Weekly style. Look at the market doing something irregular or extreme, and then just buy at the extreme points, which is the bottoms. And then when you sell, just make sure it's towards the tops or like on the wedges. Just like how this is right here. Oh, I just noticed we have goal number 2 here. And then, yeah, you could write that down. So you have a goal and then where you sell, right? So I have an idea in my mind of where I want the market to run to, an area. And then I have my actual area that I sold at. I tend to specifically highlight those so I can see how I could do better next time. You took a little break? Hell yeah. Honestly, you know what I started realizing? The more breaks I take when I stock trade, the better I get when I come back. It's so weird. Thanks, Silo. Thank you, John. Be back later? Hell yeah, brother. Sound like I was saying thanks to myself right there for a second. Okay, so the puts that I'm buying for the SPY here are going to be puts for $681. I think we explained enough here. The puts are around $70. They were around $80. So I'm going to buy 10 here at 70, which is just $700. So again, I'm buying 10 at 70 right now. I got filled for 71. No, I got filled for 70. Okay. So again, a 681 put. I bought 10 of them. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell all my other plays. Like my 680 plays. Gone. You're at $1,000 each. We first started buying into these at 400. All 3 of them we bought for $460. And then we just sold all 3 right now for $1,140. That's awesome. Now we have some money that we could use for the other trades. That's awesome. Wow. That's turning $1,300 into $3,400. Just with a simple weekly play that wasn't even that risky. Because it was at a 680 strike price. I love that. The 690s, they're up 171%. I'm also going to sell these. These are currently at $600 each for the 690s. And we started buying those at around 210 each. So that's pretty good. Pretty awesome. Let's take a picture of that. I like taking a picture of my buys and sells. So you guys can just see the growth between each of these trades because it's mind-boggling. We got 715s. They are up 100% as well. They're at $110 each. Now for the 715s, what I'm going to do here is these are a little further. In terms of how much money do I have inside that play, it's $1,800. I put in $800 and currently it's up $1,000. So because I don't want to lose money at all because of yesterday's loss, it's time for us to fix everything and never take a loss ever again. Ever again. Ever. Never, ever, ever again. We don't need to ever take a loss because we know how to trade. It's just the only times we take a loss is with the damn aggressive 0 days. But it's fun. It's fun to do it, you know? So unless our decision that day is to take a loss on purpose, then okay, then it's fine if we take a loss. It's fully plannable. There was a reason why we did that. And yeah. Okay, 716. 715. I took a picture of that already. So let's go ahead and sell this. The bid and ask is like $2, so it's not that bad. Okay, now for the 720 options that I have, these options right here, they currently cost 170, and right now they're at 351 each. So what I'm gonna personally do here is I'm gonna sell these as well. I told ya, we don't need to worry about the market running up higher. We're gonna if it does, it does. Who cares? Don't be worried about it. Don't regret it. Don't overthink it, you know? I got a feeling. Okay, so we bought each one for 170 and sold it for 350. That's turning $860 to $1,755. Okay, the last option that I have here is a 740. I only spent 500. It's $37 each. It expires January 16th. I'm holding this one because 740 is where the market wants to run to. That's where we're supposed to buy our yearly puts. So if something stupid happens with what Trump was talking about in terms of money getting rediverted into the US or something crazy, because I could see you getting massively bought up at 680. I swear to you guys, you could jump straight to 700 from here. That's how important this 680 level is. That's why right now, I'm gone. I'm going to sell this shit. If I got to go down on the 740s, who cares? It's $500. I just made, how much? 8,000. So I just made 8. Wait, did I make 8,000? I didn't even add it up the last time. Let me see. I have too many other plays on this account. Okay, so that's 4,000. That's 5,000. That's 6,000. Because you can't count target. So that's 6,000. That's 4,000. My apologies. It was a little over 6,000. 6,500. So again, I put in 4,500 at the bottom. We made another additional 6,000 on top. So when we run up towards the top up here, and remember how I told you guys I want to buy puts at the new high? The dangerous part is going to be what if this shit wants to run up to 700, you know? But you have to understand, we got to trade. You guys got to get some trades. I got to help you guys. Doesn't matter what type of situation the market's in. I could think of a million excuses. And I can't complain. I chose this job. I chose to do this. I chose to show you guys that you could take this to the next level. You could truly, you know, be consistent and repetitive with just the same one single action, and it could yield extreme results. That's all I want to show you guys, that it's possible. Because from there, now it's just a matter of you executing and getting all the stuff out the way in terms of like the classes I have on the Discord, or showing up on Saturday or Sunday when I'm there like 12 to 16 hours the whole entire day just charting. You guys could chop it up with me, you know? Make sure you pull up. We start at around 10 a.m. on Saturday. Same thing with Sunday. And we literally go the whole entire day. Sometimes we'll have like group one-on-ones. And I kind of want to have more group one-on-ones because I started noticing people learn quicker. Because like if there's a student that has a problem and there's another student that also had the same problem but they don't really pay attention to it, or they might be a little bit behind, you could literally have a situation where one student aids in the development of another one because the questions that they have are not going to be the questions that I'm thinking of. Why? Because I'm not in the same psychological state of mind, right? So there's a difference between how you have to teach people, I noticed. But yeah, I'm happy. We just claimed 6,000. Made everything back from yesterday with just that one trade. The next thing I want to make back is going to be this other trade here. How much is this? Yeah, that's going to be another 4,000. So we're going to make another 4,000. And how much buying power do we have? We have $16,000 of buying power. So this account was at 30K yesterday with the profit that we made. Right now, we're currently exactly where we started yesterday, basically. So yesterday, before we started making money, we erased that towards the end of the day. Today's profit with the leaps made all that money back. So now what we're going to do is wait for you to run up towards the top. And I'm only going to put in around $1,000 into the puts. I'm not going to put in 4K because I believe the market wants to run up to 740. And the reason why I believe that is because if I take you guys to my office real quick, these bigger boxes, they basically tell me where the market's going to run up to and fall. And it worked for over here. I measured from the '08 crisis, which is this bottom, to the top of 2020. And when you fell down, before you started running up higher, you hit the midpoint. So then I was just like, okay, let's try doing it again. Let's put this box and let's put it at the bottom now, because that's like the new bottom, because you're trying to compare it with the left side. And I was like, all right, I have an idea here. When it hits the top, let's just buy puts and let's, you know, see if the market falls. Now, this was on this box. So I did it again, basically. In 2022, I did not have this. I actually lost all my money in 2022 when you fell down right here. I lost everything. Everything that I had to my name, my car, I sold my shoes. I sold everything. I wanted to get back in this because I made all my money from this drop right here. And then you see how you aggressively ran all the way up to here. I went from 3K down here to 100K up here. And then I went from 100K over here back down to 2K over here. The reason why I went long was because I didn't know how to judge when the market was going to run up higher. I didn't have this green box. So I found what would have solved my first ever massive loss, which was the leap plays that I bought over here. Because I basically bought leaps. I didn't play 0 days or something stupid. I bought leaps for like over here. And then the market just went the opposite direction. So then you fell down. And before you went up higher, what did you do? You hit the midpoint, just like how you did from COVID. So I was like, all right, let's copy this on top. The second you hit the top, which is 613, we're just going to play puts up here. Trump crashed the market somehow. And it was tariffs or whatever. Listen, I don't care about the news. I could care less about who's, you know, making the headlines in terms of decisions or ideas. The stock market is a forward-leaning animal. It pays attention to the short-term hysteria, but again, it's a long-term animal. I don't like news. I don't like paying attention to that stuff. Did I think that tariffs could drop you from up here down to the bottom, like that was going to be the reason? No, but I knew you needed to fall down to here in the first place because that's what you did over here. So do you guys see how I just copied and pasted it to this low? Then you have the new box. Then you have a new midpoint, which is right here. You fall down on it. Then the market runs up. Then you do the same thing again. And the new box is going to be at 740. Does that make sense, everybody? This is what it is to be a trader. Is to learn the skill of pattern recognition. Again, not tooting my horn. I'm just telling you in terms of like what you should look for. As, you know, if you call yourself a trader or stuff like that. You know, it's crazy. I don't even call myself a trader. I don't like that. The people, they use that damn headline and they just try to act like they're better than everybody. I call myself a financial teacher. That's it. I swear. When anybody asks me what my job is and what it, you know, consists of, just teaching. Teaching about markets. That's it. What is a market? What is this? What is that? I'll explain a light interpretation of it. You know how Apple makes money? Yes. Well, when they make money, their company goes up in value because more people are spending money on them. If less people buy their phones, if less people want to deal with their company, if they have less deals, less agreements, they make less money, which means their stock price goes down. So you want to understand what this is, right? Internally, so that when you're teaching people, their bad, evil eye does not get on you. Listen, I don't believe in much, right? Besides the one man who's above us all. But I do feel like people prey upon other people in a negative way, and they give people evil eye. That is true. So, yeah, just try to not tell family and friends, because they'll be the first people who give you that evil eye. The second I hit 100K, everybody in my family wanted me to help them, so I helped them. I stopped trading on my own accounts because I made enough money. I'm a 21-year-old with 100K, with a brand new car. I don't need nothing else. Now it's time for me to help people around me. And yeah, and again, I'm not trying to get too into that conversation, but I want to show you guys how other factors that are in your life will affect you and will ruin your progress. It kind of sucks, but yeah. He said, how long do you think it will take us to hit 740? Well, I'll teach you how to measure. You ready for this? Give me the okay when you're ready and you got like a notepad or something. I'll do it with a cleaner chart as well so you can see a little bit better. Yeah, I'll do it with this one here. This is very clean. Wow. Oh shit, the SPY puts. We're up 20%. I just remember. I was like, didn't we get into a trade here? We'll look at SPY right now. Who cares? Let's throw that to the side. If you guys want to sell it, sell it. I would sell it now, but I don't feel like looking at it right now. I kind of really want to explain this to you guys here, and I get sidetracked too easily. So, again, just give me the okay when you guys are ready in the YouTube chat, as well as the Discord. What's good, Culinary?
Chilling, man.
How we doing?
Just made my 35% for my $1 million challenge.
Oh, hell yeah. There we go. That's what's up. Are you guys ready? Perfect. Okay, so watch this. The bottom was 480. The midpoint was around 560. The top point was around 613. So when you first decided to run up from the extreme bottom, it took you practically, just use the date and price range tool. It took you, let's see, what area am I going for here? So to hit 613, like somewhere around here, you could say. It took you 80 days, and that was pretty much it, right? So it took you 80 days to run to the top. So now what I'm going to do is, because I know that this is the midpoint and that's the top point, I know for sure. You guys see this middle line right here? Like 540? This middle line is basically 680. Imagine that. So imagine this right here is 680. That's why I believe the market could run up to 740 right now. Is because if you copy the same trends and you use it for now, this is where the SPY is at. So it's not at the peak. You had a massive drop. You might have more massive drops by here, just like how you did last time when you were at the quarter point. But I think it might want to run up higher. So we're going to play this trend like this, just like how we did in 2024. Real nice and neat on the uptrend. Now, we started this conversation talking about how can you time how long it's going to take, right? So next thing you want to do here is you want to take this box and put it on top. Remember, this is 80 days. So that's 160 days in total now. 160 days, that's 740. That's double the range. Did it do it in 160 days? The answer is no. So the next thing you want to do here is measure the top of this range of 613 and measure where you're currently at in terms of the quarter point. So like how fast did it take you to run up to this quarter point now? And the first time you ran up to here was right about here, you could say, and it took you 104 days. So to run to the midpoint, it took you 80. To run to the quarter point, it took you 104. Currently, right now, we're at the midpoint. Or at the, not the midpoint, the quarter point. So it could take you another 100 days, basically. That's how you're going to use your baseline. So boom, now we have a baseline. The next thing you want to do is do the same thing I just did with the boxes, but do it on the weekly. And then you want to use these highs from over here, from like the current price action. Like basically like this right here. You would make a box like this, like that, right? And then you would duplicate it on top. And then now you know what's going to happen in the future, right? Just like that. And then you can have like another box from like here to here, I guess. Yeah. But how was that explanation? So again, if you're trying to trade to 740, if I'm trying to buy a call right now to 740, I got to make sure I at least have 100 days because that's what happened last time. Just like that. And then what I want to do is I'll trade a bunch of other options. So I'll get like a 720, and then I'll get it for half the time. It's closer and half the time. So I'll get like a 50-day option for you to run up to, like I just said, 720. Or I'll cut it up in half again. I'll get a 25-day option, but this time I'm looking for something even smaller. You know what I mean? Like 690. So that's why when we bought down here at 650, all of our options were mainly for 680 to 690, which is where you're currently at. So that's why we sold everything, and then we just kept the top one. So now what I want to see is I want to see this market fall, truly. It's kind of like wishful thinking, because I know the market wants to run up to here because you were on a downtrend for so long, but I just don't want to buy. I don't want to risk anything. So I'm just going to buy at this circle right here, just like how I drew last time. And also, this is kind of cool. You see how the market fell down to here and hit this circle right here? It ended up listening to the call side and running from it, which is why I put the circle specifically right there. So I actually haven't looked at this chart in a couple weeks. It's working out pretty nicely, honestly. And like I told you guys, I want to see the market do this here. This is what tells me the market wants to actually run up higher. You get above this line, fall down on top of it. You haven't fell down on top of it yet. That's why we're playing puts right now. I think the market could literally tank out the sky here. If it doesn't, I'm just going to buy puts tomorrow and trade the same idea. Pretty much. That's literally what I do for the 0 days. It's like the 0 days are following the monthly and the yearly. So when you have them, it can work out today, or it might just be tomorrow. How can you like narrow it down? Like we just told you, use the smaller weekly boxes like this, right? Or you can make it even simpler like this here. So it's pretty cool. And then, yeah. We could get a 5-day play here. Let me see. Let me check the 1-day plays real quick. By the way, everybody, we could sell QQQ. It's at 614. Actually, let's hold it. Let's hold it. It's only $200 for 635. Currently, you're at 615. We bought it at $200 each, and currently, right now, it's at $431 each. We already made enough profit, so now let's let our money work for us. The puts that I bought earlier, I'm up $400 on those, 60%. Again, I'm not gonna sell it. I'm gonna see if this market wants to die here. So if I go up 100%, I'll pull my stop loss, of course, like how we always do. But right now, this trade is like a trade that could turn out to be a insanely massive flip. Again, we only put 700 into it. We're already around 1200. If you guys would like to take profit, is it a smart idea? Absolutely. Absolutely. So just take profit. We're going to hold this for at least another 20 minutes here. And then we'll sell it at whatever it costs in 20 minutes. Because it's 12:40 right now. At 11 o'clock, I told everybody. 11:51, I said let's wait 9 minutes for 12 o'clock. And then let's get some puts at 12. And it's basically what we did. So let's just play the time game now. What in the world? Oh, I forgot to take a picture of that. Looks like a planet in a galaxy, right? Yeah, this right here, I love the purple colorways. They don't take up too much of, like, they don't make your eye visually kind of like annoyed. Because sometimes when I look at like yellow and stuff like that, it makes me like so annoyed. Like some of these, like this chart, honestly, I can't stand this chart. It's nice. I know it's effective. I know it works, but just like the colors and stuff like that, because of how I had to have it laid out, it's just like, you know. Could be better. But yeah. Yeah, this just makes me feel nice. You know what other chart makes me feel nice? Let me show you. This is one of my favorite charts right here. I might have to update it though. Oh no, I don't. We're good. This chart right here is one of my favorite SPY charts. It's consolidation zones. It goes all the way down to 450 and all the way up to 719. So we might have to add some on top. And then right here we have sell the puts that you'll buy above this alert. So what that means is you buy the puts up here and then it falls down to here, then you sell it. So over here is 720. I'm thinking the market's probably going to collapse like $30 to do something crazy around 7, like 710, 720. So yeah, that's how I'm going to try playing the puts on this screen. And then you got crazy charts like this where we basically use this chart to data mine to collect like all the different, you know, forms of just data throughout history. And yeah, just go from there. Okay, where we're at right now. Okay, the market fell down to number 4 from number 5. Currently right now, let's go check those plays. Let me see something as well. Okay, the puts are still up 30% right now. Okay, so what's next? We posted all the trades that we sold. And then what we could do here is I want to show people where I bought, like my fill time and stuff like that. Okay, so let's take a picture of that. So that's when I sold it. Then let's scroll down a little bit and see when we bought it. It was on the 20th. I don't think I bought them all at the same time, which is a problem. It's a little annoying. Oh, no, never mind. I did buy them at the same time. Perfect. So, yeah, we bought all of these 665s for December 31st. And then where was the one that I bought for the 21st of November? Your chart I've never seen before. Hell yeah, brother. So the way I teach and the way I chart is in a fundamental way where I look at all the data from the last 2,000 days. I go through every single day, and I pretty much just pay attention to what it did at like 12 o'clock, what it did on a Monday, what it did on the second week of every, month, what it did on the last week. So all these different factors, I kept data mining, looking at the last 1,000, 2,000 days, and I would come to a conclusion. And then I would basically I did this for the whole entire S&P 500. So all 500 stocks on the S&P, I finished their charts, and I have all the buying points for like the next 50 to 100 years. Let me actually show you guys that, because you guys don't oftentimes see the capabilities of what I do here. Most of the time, it's me just trying to teach people or test stuff. You don't actually see like what's behind the scenes, like a clock tower. You know what I mean? Like all the gears and stuff. Oftentimes, you're not going to see those gears from me because I just don't like showing it. But let me show you real quick. What chart is it on? This chart. Go here. Go to the teaching chart. So this is the teaching chart. This chart was, the last time I fixed this was in January. Let's go to a random company like, I don't know, the Dow Jones, right? So if I go to the Dow Jones, what you're going to start to see is that if I go on the monthly, I have all the charts and all the entries for the next, let me show you. So pretty much up until 2100, like 2150. So that means long after I'm dead, this chart is still going to work, which is the crazy part. And then all I do is I get like the main entries, which is like the quarter points, right? The 1/4 point, which is like right here. This would be like the 1/2 point at the top. And then, yeah, you have all the little points that I could chop up in between that I did on the left side here. Cut it up into smaller fractions, and then, yeah. And remember, this is the Dow. If I take you, I don't know, let's go to the VIX. Boom, everybody. The VIX chart is a little bit smaller. It's going to run out of charting by 2036. But, I mean, it's because I made it small. If I use the whole entirety of its history from 1990, and I use the bottom from here with the top here, just these three elements, again, the fact that it started in 1990, I'm not using these points. I'm using this point and that point. But if this box was the main box, from over here to over here, you basically just copy it to the right side and it's still going to work because you're using the same range. You know what I mean? I don't know. Let's go to NVIDIA. When we go to NVIDIA, we have all the buying points for 2055. AMD, I have everything for 2030, 2038. So a little bit shorter. Microsoft, it ran out the top, so I had to duplicate it all. But we have all the levels for 2070. Like, you might ask, how do I duplicate stuff? Watch. You just literally copy it. I swear. Just copy the whole thing and just throw it on top. Now let's check, did this work out, right? Let's see if Microsoft listens to these future levels, like how I told you guys it would. Let's take a look here. So again, Microsoft fell from the top of this box to the midpoint of it, and it held, and now you're running up. I mean, you guys tell me if it worked, right? And you see how it ran up to here? It's kind of like in the middle of nowhere. Well, to the right side, it just so happens that when I copy everything from down there, and I literally copy it. I didn't do it by hand. I didn't touch nothing. I didn't use my brain. I just copied it. The King's Point levels are working for the future. That's what broke my brain. Because I was like, oh, wait a second. You mean to tell me that one location that was good to buy at is going to be a good location to buy at in the future if it hits it and falls from it? And the answer is yes. It's like, what? You know what I mean? Like, what? But I saw it, and I kept seeing it happen. I was like, what in the world? And then you guys want to see something even cooler? These charts right here, where did you fall when Trump crashed the market? March, April, you fell down to here, right? 360. Well, what did I tell everybody to do at 360? Because it was an important fraction. We told everybody, call us to 469, and that's our main goal. And where did you end up running to? Like, it was so quickly, it was so aggressive. I literally almost missed it. I couldn't believe it. That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. So again, just buying at one point that you should normally buy at, you're not going to ever know whether or not it's this location or it's this location or it's that location. But what you do know is that this whole location is a good location to buy. So give yourself enough time for your contracts. Go far. Go like a year out, 2 years out. And try to get something that's not too ridiculous. 469 is ridiculous. If I'm trading right now, right? And I want to get a contract, what do I say here? The next major buy is at 360. And then again, you want to run to, 469. But then watch all these buying points. What's the halfway point? Short-term entries, right? Right here, 426. So right at that halfway point right there, that's where you would normally want to play. And when the market gapped up on Microsoft, where did it gap up on top of? It literally just gapped up on top of the halfway point. So at that level, when I saw that, I was like, wow. And then let's go to Apple. When Trump crashed the market, let's see if Apple listened to these boxes I created in January, which was like 2 months prior to it. What did I just put? Wait, why can't I spell Apple? What is the ticker? Yo, that's wild. I can't think of it right now. Nobody say nothing. I don't know why my brain just did that. Oh, AAPL. Why do you just do that? My brain just like shut down right there. Okay, so on Apple, this chart goes all the way up to like 2080, 2090. And it's way more simpler, way more cleaner than everything else. Because that's what I do. Every time I make a chart for another company, I try to improve it so that by the time I'm done charting 500 companies, I have 500 different ways that I've done something. And I could just pick, whichever one's the best. All right, anyways. When Trump crashes the market, right? When Apple falls from the top, which is the 1/8 point up here. So again, using this bottom, which is April, and then using the top, which is December, I knew where the market was going to fall to in April. 4 months ahead of time. And you fell down perfectly to the bottom right there, right? You see how you wicked here? The next thing I want you to look at, do I have any buying points here to tell you to buy? And the answer is yes. It says next major buying point at 169, 300 to 720 day calls, but I don't give you targets here. All I did was just tell you where the market was going to run up towards with the puts, which is we were going to play puts here. And did those work out? So the second you hit this orange circle, did the market fall? It did, right? So those puts worked out below and above if you played both locations. And then did the puts work out on this circle? And the answer is yes. If you guys would like to watch the video was created on January 29th. Search up Apple, and you'll see how when the market was still up here, literally, I created this chart when the market was up here. Everything that happened after, I predicted perfectly. That's how advanced a person can get in terms of technical analysis, and it's mind-boggling. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, most of this stuff that I teach, it goes over 95% of people's heads. It tends to only work with the people who are basically at a frequency where the universe wants to bless them, or simply the divine figure himself, right? As long as you're ready, the universe is going to allow you to learn quicker. If you're not ready and you don't do the work, it's just going to be something that goes right over your head, And again, I don't want it to go over your head. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say that to be disrespectful. I'm saying that because I got to come up with a solution so that I could literally help everybody. No man or woman left behind, everybody. Come on now. But yeah, I think we're done looking at this. I think you guys understand that the trading styles work for the future. That's why it's kind of like boring right now, trading options, because we're done with it. So we're trading futures so that we can expand upon our short-term scalping skills, get better with those, and then yeah, just get better with Forex, right? Do stuff little by little, create an amazing community, because we're finally at the level where like the stuff is not just incomplete. Like my Discord was incomplete for so long, so it was so hard to teach people when they would join, like randomly, because they would join in a month where I'm completely restructuring like a whole nother concept. And yeah, it was just unfortunate. So now that everything is done, I think it's righteous, it's stoic. I think that it was the right decision to make, you know, to not try to grow until I felt like this was actually good. Because if I would have did that, I would have just destroyed everything in the future. You guys know that, right? If I tried to like grow more or faster. Because like, do the trading styles work? Right? Yes or no, everybody? What do you think? Like, regardless of what trading style you're looking at?
All day, every day, all day, every day.
It just exploded right there with energy. Thank you, brother. So
Anytime, bro.
Just like you said, regardless of what trading style you're looking at, they all work. In the beginning, I didn't believe myself. In the beginning, I didn't want to believe myself. Until I kept not listening to the structure, and I was going against the structure. I was buying wherever I wanted. And I would always figure that, like I would always see that the market chose to follow the structure instead. So after I saw it enough times, I was like, all right, looks like it actually is something that's real. And yeah. You said it works 1,000%? All right. Thank you for that, brother. So if it works, the next thing I'm going to ask you is it fine for me to then teach the world?
Yeah, so God keeps giving back to us. I'm always selfish, saying, nah, fuck the world, but all right, we'll do it.
Just like that. We'll do it. And we'll get it done. That's who we are at this point. Just a group of people from different walks of life who get it done. That's it. Execute, execute, execute. You could talk, you could be loud, but execute. So yeah, everybody. That's why I feel like it's time. Like it's time. Let's grow this shit. Let's help out as much people as possible. After a year and a half of us building, almost 2 years now. February is gonna mark 2 years. That's a giant spider. Wow. Why is it walking so slowly like that? That was so odd. Okay. But yeah, just do this very slowly. Write down what you don't know and what you want to learn that I teach or that I've shown people. Like something that just like sparked some type of a bell in your head. Write it down. And whenever you guys could ask me questions, just always ask me questions, you know? Remember, I'm here to teach you. I'm here to give up all my time because I think it's right. I think it's right. And then eventually it's going to cause other people to want to do the same, you know, thing. They're going to be teaching other people, and yeah, let's do it. I'm 25 years old. By the time I hit 30, let's see if we could teach at least realistically like 10,000 to like 50,000 people. Probably more, because I've already taught 200 to 500. So probably by the time we hit like 30, I could maybe have around like 100,000 students maybe. I would definitely need you guys to help me though. Because remember, I'm nothing without you guys. So always recognize that. You said, what's the prediction for SPY today? So what we did was a couple minutes ago, we got puts at my, you see on the screen where it says number 5, massive reversal, major reversal point. Sorry, not massive. But we basically bought puts right there. And then you see how it fell down to number 4. The puts were up 60%. I told everybody to get out the options. I'm going to hold it just due to the fact that we want to give ourselves a harder time. Did the trade work out? Yes. Did it go up 60%? Yes. Did everybody clock out? I would hope so, yes. If they listen to the script, of course. Now, what am I going to do here? I'm going to be the only person who holds this option while it, does whatever it's going to do right now. And I want to show you guys how sometimes when you get stuck, you could deal with anything. So right now, I'm playing puts at number 5 for you to fall down to number 3. That's the idea. If you get above number 5, you're going to run to number 7, and then that's when I'm actually going to start trading with the larger account. For now, this is just testing. This is just defining our knowledge and how we could bounce back from having a loss that was just profitable. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you get in those situations, and it's just like, damn, what do I do here? Do I just take a loss? Do I just, what's the best decision? That's all. So, in terms of what my prediction was this morning, just so you can know, mister, we basically bought calls a couple days ago for the market to run up at the bottom down here, and we sold everything today this morning. So we pretty much played the weekly trade. We're done making money today. We don't really have to trade anymore, but we're just going to keep testing ourselves. So I apologize if you guys are watching this and you guys want me to trade more. Just understand that there's a method to my chaos, and there's a method to the madness, I should say, I guess. Not the chaos, but there's a method to it. Follow along with it, and I'm sure you'll get rewarded, like Monza and everybody else, right? Because that's all they did. They didn't do nothing special. They just listened. They did what they had to do. And then, once they started getting the hang of it, what occurred was a natural shift. And now they're doing everything by themselves. Now they're improving. Now they're going to the next level. That's usually the idea, right? So first you just listen, get it done, try it, test it, see if what I'm saying is factual. And then the next thing you want to do is get the hang of it and do it yourself and replicate it. Because then it kind of sticks with you, and you could be like, all right, now I'm a trader. Now I'm a successful day trader. Because remember, 90% of traders fail, especially if they're day traders. You said sick explanation? Thank you, brother. Now, you might ask, you said, Andres? What's good? What's going on? How we doing? But if one of the questions you have is like, how the hell did I even make this? It's all data mining. Just all data mining. So like I'll look at what the market did over here at the peak, and then I know what can happen over here. So that was the reason why we bought puts right here as well, is because on the weekly, when I turn on the charts, look for the line that touches this, and then it kind of touches it over here, which means you can now fall down a little bit. That's kind of what I'm looking for right now. You could just run to the top, just like how we told everybody down here when we bought the calls. And we bought this basically because you were at a previous low. So there's like a simple explanation as to why we bought down here. Is because you were holding over here with these lows. And then the more complex explanation is because if I turn everything on and I zoom out, when you fell down to the midpoint over here on November 7th, when you fell down to that level, before you fell down to that level, before like over here, you needed to fall down to that level because it was a midpoint. It was 660. You see how it's like yellow? So again, me just using a high and a low, I got the midpoint. A couple weeks later, you fell down on top of the previous midpoint. So now I just use that for the future. As you all could tell, we're above the midpoint right now. That's why I think we're going to sell out of everything. That's why I did sell out of most plays. And that's why I'm waiting for the market to drop down again. It might not happen, but if it can happen, we'll get a couple good buys down here. That's the reality, you know that? If you're a new trader, it can happen, but it might not happen. So if it doesn't, just keep creating ideas. No, you're completely right about that, Slug. So everybody, what does the most important quality of a trader mean? Like, what is that quality? What is the most important quality of a trader, everybody? For those of you who are on YouTube, just give me an idea. Let's see what you guys think. So again, the most important quality as a trader. It's okay if you guys don't have an idea. I'll tell you. It's alright. Yeah, so usually we're live every day until just 11. But for the last couple weeks, we've been fixing things. So I just thought it would be fine to go live on YouTube a little bit longer. But yeah, we have like a little Discord going on here. But I don't want you guys to join right now. Don't think about joining the Discord or anything, like paying for anything, until you test it for a couple days and you see how you can make a little bit of money. So like get into some positions when I tell you to, sell when I tell you to, and after you have about like 500 to 1,000, then you could join up. I wouldn't join up in the beginning because, yeah, it's just not, I don't feel like it's right. It doesn't make me feel like it's right. I feel wrong if I make people do that. And yeah. So you said patience. You think patience, discipline, emotional control. Oh, I forgot the YouTube is delayed. No wonder. Damn, that's delayed by like 5. Holy shit. Why is it delayed that long? Wow. That's like 5 minutes. But the most important quality of a trader is notes. The robotic nature of notes. For example, yesterday, we bought a put at number 4, and the market kept running up higher. So in my notes, I wrote down that the next day, the first time that I'm going to play puts, this time is not going to be at 4. It's going to be at 5 or 7. If today that put didn't work out, I would have then told everybody tomorrow, the only time I'm going to buy puts is number 7. But the only way you'll remember to do that, the only way you'll actually grow and get better and evolve is if you're taking notes. That's it. It's like planning, you know? Like, for example, you see these boxes here? I'm planning using this box down here, this big old box, right? I copy it on top of itself. And then right now I'm planning for all the entries that I'm going to get into on the, in the future. And you might be like, does this work? And the answer is yes. We've been testing it since last year. And it worked last year when we first did it. And it works really, really well right now. It's pretty cool. So you guys should test it. It's not that delayed. You don't pay attention to YouTube? Nah. Let me show you, Chose. I have my YouTube like this. You see this right here? So the second you guys message me, I'm always watching. It's just most days I'm trying to train the people who are on the Discord because sometimes they tell me that I put too much time on the YouTube when they paid for this. And I understand where they're coming from, and I'm not trying to challenge them. So yeah, I usually just have a bunch of other stuff going on the other screens. But yeah, I could watch. I could see you guys. I could definitely do. I could definitely see you. So it's like a 1 to 2 minute delay. That's not bad. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's not bad. That's not terrible. It felt like 5 minutes right there for a second. I don't know why. In Spy we trust. Why did I just think about that? Oh, because it says trust right there. What the? That's so random. Test. Yeah. So now I got your message now, Chills, at 12:52. Not too sure when you had sent that. Again, it's 12:52 when you sent that message, Chills, so see how long it takes for you to receive these words. Just curious, because you're from... how can I learn more from me offline? Listen, if you have some extra capital, like I said before, I would want you to make money off of the YouTube for free. But if you have extra capital and you kind of want to get this going now, and you're really motivated, I mean, yeah, it would be fine for you to join the Discord. But if your first month you don't get X amount done, I would just stop your subscription so that you can kind of go back to the drawing board, just in case maybe you need another month of watching the YouTube for free, and then go from there. But the way you do that is you go to the Patreon. So let me check. Where is it? So you go here. Let's go here. And then this is my crypto page here. But let me go to Adam. And then let me go to Silo Trades. So this is basically the Discord, right? This is Silo Trades. I know it's pricey, but just understand it has to be, because I don't want just anybody to come in here. I only want people who really want to be here to be here. But yeah, this is how much it costs. Actually, I upgrade membership. Oh, there you go. So again, it costs $200. So it's a big price. I'm telling you, it's really pricey. But if you would like to do that and it's fine with you, then, you know, do what you gotta do, brother. We'll chop it up. We'll set up our one-on-ones tonight. I'll make sure it's not too much information so you don't get like overloaded. I kept doing that to people when I was first starting to teach. So yeah, it was terrible. But now we have kind of like a nice little milestone that I send people, where it's like, boom, they do this first and then they move on to this trading style. And then after about a month, they should have 2 months paid off for free. And then at that point, they're also going to have 4 trading styles done, which means the second month is really when a person actually makes money with me, really. Because the first month, again, it's just all training. It's all knowledge-based. And I don't know. I don't like that now that I think more about it. I don't like that, because it's kind of like people pay a price and then they learn. You know, we definitely got to change that in the future. I would much rather people learn and then they pay if they want. It shows me, you know, who really wants to pay. I don't want to force people. That's like forcing people. For now, we're just going to have it like this, because I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to create a structure. But yeah. Southeast Asia. It's crazy because we have a lot of members from that portion of the world. Like, I go to Japan every like 6 months sometimes. I haven't went in a while now that I think about it. Last time I went to Japan was actually over a year ago. But usually I'm going to like Japan, I'm going around that area. And when we go there in the summer, we're trying to actually build like Discord groups type of thing, but like in person. So I want to buy a building in Japan, and then I want to have people working in that building to teach people in Japan about how to trade. I want to do fun stuff like that. That would be awesome. So every place that we go next year is going to be us building a foundation planting the seeds so that we can have a trading group that's in every single country in the world. It's my plan. And I want them to be the best. I want everybody to compete with each other. And then we're going to have like $1 million competitions, the trading Olympics. Get ready for that. I want to do it before somebody else does it. That's my goal. That sounds, imagine the big ass building that we make. Imagine all the people coming from around the world. Like, that shit would be so crazy. And then you have like a sports announcer. He just going crazy in the middle. And by the way, I'm going to be in these challenges with you guys. So when you guys do my challenges in the future, I'm not going to win money. So if I beat everybody, like the whole world, I'm not going to win no money. Whoever's second place gets the money. That's how we're going to do it. Because I'm not cutting you guys some slack. I'm going to torment you guys. You're going to be on the computer trading and move or your head around the screen to see if I'm staring at you. And you're going to see me breakdancing in the sensor. Let me tell ya. Wow, I'm in a trade. Come on now. We got to make it fun, you know? Got to make everything fun. Laughter is the key to everything. You said my method is about options or trading futures. So I have 5 different Discords. We have this right here is like the main Discord. We don't have too much people here today, but this one's the main one. And then you have the futures, which is like whenever we trade futures, like prop firms and stuff like that, right? Or just regular future trades. Then you have like gold. Then you have like oil. Right? We got to add to the oil section though. So yeah, these Discords I made them all like a month ago, 2 months ago. And now I'm just filling them all in. But to answer your question, we trade everything. Forex, as you could tell. We have the futures server. And then I have crypto. But we haven't added to crypto yet, because I'm waiting for crypto to fall from 80,000 to what I told everybody, which was 30,000. And then once Bitcoin falls to around 30,000, we'll start loading up the crypto stuff, because I think it's wrong if I try to make people pay for a crypto server when it's not even built yet. You know what I mean? Like that's just not right. So, yeah. That's pretty much everything. It's like, you know what it reminds me of? And I was talking to Culinary about this. I was like, we're going to use the Thanos rings as like some type of like marketing thing for the Discord. Or like, I don't know, like maybe like clothing or something, like a mascot. Because think about it. We trade options, stocks, Forex, crypto, and futures. That's all 5 Thanos rings, right? So it's kind of cool. But what I'm trying to do right now is my goal, first goal, change the world. Now, what's underneath that first goal of changing the world? Trading everything that everybody makes money on. Stepping into their corner and helping them. Reaching my hand out when they're not reaching their hand out. That's what's going to change the world. Okay, so how do we get that done? Well, let's learn how to trade every single financial, tool. Boom. Now that that's done, what's next? Let's get to stage 4. So stage 4 is pretty much after we build the financial tools for all the different, things around the world, and it works, and we actually can make money from it. Like myself, I can make money from it. I could be consistent as a teacher. Once I realize that, and once that is the conclusion, then we'll start teaching it, which is what we're doing now. And then we fill up the Discords with a bunch of information so that when we hire teachers later on, they already have like an easy format. I don't got to make this stuff later. So it's really just planting the seeds for the future of changing the world. That's all I'm doing right now. And that's all I've been doing for the last two years, pretty much. So next year should be the year where we start to really make an impact, really make a dent. At least if everything works out as planned, which it never does. So the way I'm trying to like psychologically think about this is, what are the things to worry about? And what do I have to fix? Right? So again, what are the things psychologically? My fault. Somebody just screamed in the background. That shit just... I'm just like, who the hell is screaming? I apologize. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, planting the seeds for the future with all the discords, and that's pretty much like my plan. So we're now on the fourth section, the fourth part of our plan, which is we're done with all the discords. Now let's fill it in. Let's get some teachers. Let's see who's some really good traders for these other markets so I could pay them. Because a teacher that teaches for me, of course, is going to be getting around $40,000 a month to around $20,000 a month. That's how much I'm going to pay them. And again, I have no problem saying that out loud because I want you guys to realize I'll make sure you're good. I'll make sure you're straight. I'll make sure you got enough money to have a house, to have vacations, but I want you to be able to trade yourself. I want you, like, all that extra money, just because you're a teacher doesn't mean that I'm going to be giving you millions of trades. In fact, there's going to be less trades from me. It's going to be more of you. So I know it's a lot for me to ask that from people, but that's what's going to make this right, is the people that actually do decide to teach. It's because it comes from a good place in heart. So yeah, that's the plan, everybody. You're students. The goal is to make some of you teachers, have a presence in every country around the world, build these discords, learn some more languages so we can actually be fluent when it comes to explaining stuff. And that's it. That right there sounds like a fun-ass journey, you know? Because I've partaken in journeys that weren't fun, that were bitter, that were, you know, secondary, that weren't out of love, and it never goes right, really. It never does. So if you could pick, like, the hardest journey, like what makes things sound the most fun, I think it's this one. Like, imagine I have a building with you guys, and it's like, imagine we're in Hawaii, and I actually buy that house by January. That house is $40 million. For me to be able to buy a house at $40 million by January from, like, right now is not impossible, but it's going to be a very difficult and challenging thing. I'm not going to be able to teach if that's my goal. So I don't want to rush it, which is why I might just get a house that's worth like $5 million or like $2 million when we go to Hawaii in January. Because what I'm going to be doing is, whenever somebody joins my Discord, I'm going to be flying them down to Hawaii to learn in person. Because I teach better in person. When people learn from me in person, like my friends, next day they're already making money. So it's kind of cool. But like, that's literally what my focus is on right now. And it's going to be awesome to take you guys on a vacation. So again, I'm going to be paying for your flight when you first join. That stuff is covered by me. No problem. And you get a little vacation. And you can bring your family. Because I want to show you guys, this is the real world. This is what it's really like to be free. And to really want to help people. Because helping means you take the short end of the stick. Helping means you're not truly getting what you're worth. But that's okay. That's okay. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I want you guys to realize that. Take the short end of the stick. And choose to take the short end of the stick. Because somebody else might need that longer portion. Just like how my bike got robbed when I was in the city. I didn't get mad. What if that person needed that bike? What if that was the only way that he got home? Or she got home? They stole it. It was a city bike, so it wasn't really my bike, but yeah, and then I paid for the whole trip. That I canceled the trip, that I try to get, you know, call Lyft or whoever the hell the company was and try to make a problem and get my money back. No, because that was my fault. I left the bike there. Somebody took it. They kept riding it for like probably like another 6 hours. Not even 6 hours, probably like another 30 minutes to like an hour. They were riding it, and I got charged like $100 and something, and I left it. I let it be. I'm not gonna let a good deed, even if it wasn't a good deed, even if it was a crackhead, even if it was somebody who takes advantage of people. Listen, I'm happy that at least I helped. I'm not gonna get emotional. And yeah, that's how I think of life. I was laughing. Let me tell y'all, because when I went inside that damn store, I was like, yo, I really want a burger right now. So I was like, let me go to Smash Burger. I go inside. I leave the bike outside where I could see it from the window. Line is mad long. So I'm like looking at it, looking back, looking at it, looking back. It's finally time for me to order. I order my food. I look back, it's still there. I go to get my bags. And while I'm grabbing the bags and I'm walking towards the door, it's not there no more. And I had to run back to Comic-Con because I took the bike to get to Smash Burger. I was at Comic-Con with my uncles. It's like a yearly thing we do. By the way, if you guys want to pull up next year to New York Comic-Con, shit, let me know. We'll go for like a little group. I'll be down with that. Or if there's any other like events and stuff like that and you guys want me to pull up, just let me know. Remember, I just want to do stuff that sounds fun. And if we could be in person, I could teach you. Now, if you don't want to learn at that moment, if it's like vacation time, well, you have to understand that that's only going to exist. That relationship that me and you might have together in terms of a teacher to student, you're never going to be able to actually enjoy yourself on these vacations. Really? Like, it's going to be work. That's what I want you guys to really understand. So it is going to be fun. You're going to bring your families. We're going to have, plenty of laughs. But it's mostly because I want to get you guys to the point where you could be good for the rest of your lives. You know what I mean? You want to be free, but I'm single a day with 2 autistic children trying to work full time and trade during the day. So what I could show you how to do here is, and God bless. What I could show you how to do here is basically plan stuff 3 days to 5 days to 10 days ahead of time, depending on what type of trader you are. We could even do like 30 days, but we're going to test it with the weeklies first because it will be a little bit quicker for you to have more experiences with like weekly ideas instead of like monthly. It might take you a couple months to get go with it. So yeah, we'll plan stuff so that you don't have to even look at the charts. You don't have to work at you don't have to touch nothing. You just have a buy and sell from a previous day and let it sit. And then when it gets filled, just put a stop loss to sell it. And that's really it. You don't have to ever look at your app. You just got to plan it at night when the market's closed, when you have time. Do your notes when you do trade. And that's all, really. I would love to help, though. I would love to help. This year in December, depending on what happens in the first week of December, by the way, this is the reason why I'm trying to get funded right now. It's not because I'm trying to buy my car. It's not because I'm trying to, you know what I said? I said screw all that. It's about to be December. Let's see if we can help some kids. So my first, whatever withdrawal I can get, it's going straight into, first of all, I got to see if you guys want to fly down here. Well, actually, no, I'll fly you guys down here next year. Right now might be a little too much if I fly you guys to New York in December. So probably next year. But yeah, this year, I want to go to like hospitals and stuff. And I want to bring some games. Shit, Minecraft, Mario. I want to chop it up with these kids. Maybe bring some people from the Discord. Just give them like a blast. And we'll spend the whole day with them. Take them shopping. Shit. If they can leave the hospital, of course, because sometimes some children won't be able to leave the hospital just due to, certain things occurring. But yeah, whatever we could do, let's do it. Let's have some fun. Remember, kids is everything. When I was a kid, if I had a group of people that would, want to pop up randomly to play some Mario or something like that, hell yeah. It doesn't matter if I have, a certain health problem or issue. Me doing that is going to remove that issue for that second. And if I could do that, for somebody who's of the future, somebody who can change the world. Because all it takes is one person to change the world. So yeah, that's why this is so meaningful to me. If you guys want to, do the same thing I'm doing, meaning if you guys want to come down to New York, or if you're by New York, or if you know anybody near New York and they want to partake in this, let me know. We'll create like a whole entire structured plan, and we'll try to see what hospitals we can hit, where are most of the kids at that have X, situations occurring to them. Which ones can we speak to and chop it up with? Which ones can we see? Which ones can't we? And then from there, we're going to be taking a little chill pill going into January, and we're going to be planning for the next year, for December. So in January, we're going to be planning for our event in December, because that event is going to be the craziest event I ever hold. I'm not going to say what it is. I'm not going to tell you what my targets are. Just keep your mind wondering for now. I'll give you guys some hints later on. But the amount of money that I'm going to want to make here, and the things that we're going to actually specifically do, it's going to be so monumental that I would love for you guys to be a part of this. I would love for it, because I don't want my name being written down for any type of good deed unless the people who allowed me to get to that ability in the first place with learning how to trade. I only want any good deed that I do to be recognized if you guys are also recognized behind me. Every action that I do from here on forward, everything was because of you guys. Everything. That's what caused me to start shooting for the stars in terms of goals and aspirations. It was realizing that you guys did so much for me. So if you guys feel like I did so much for you, you probably are going to have a similar type of situation occur, right? Where you're going to go above and beyond for learning, above and beyond for wanting to help people and teach and be around, I guess us. We're up 40% right now on the SPY puts. The gold trade is up $1,300. Wait a second. $1,300. Where's my other account? You guys want to watch? Let's watch one more motivational video. I want to watch one more. I know I'm getting a little sidetracked, but let's give it a moment.
Are you long on gold
Yeah.
on the top step?
Yeah.
Is it same idea from earlier? Is gonna hit that one area?
Oh,
Or
I
just
think
looking for continuation now.
I think it hit my stop loss. Oh no, I sold it right here. I see it now. I sold it right here. So now you're just slowly climbing up higher, but I have a long that I bought down here on we bought it down here. We bought it yesterday down here on Webull, and right now we're up 1,300. So if you could run up to this circle right here, it's gonna basically be the bottom of a box, like on the monthly. So when you hit the bottom of it, again, I'm not getting puts because of this weekly boxes here. I'm getting puts because of monthly.
That was the 4 that we bought last night, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I sold that one for 600 last night while you were taking a break.
Now hell yeah, bro.
When you were, fuck, that shit was crazy. It did exactly what you said it was gonna do too. You were like, we're gonna hopefully sell these at this area, and then we're just gonna hold it for the rest of the night.
Yep.
And sure enough, boom, it went up exactly like you said for the rest of the night. Dude, you were at one point, I think you were down like 20 something K.
I was down 20K?
Yeah, I felt like calling. I felt like calling you, dude. That shit said 19, 18K. You were down on that one trade.
Oh, because I went long. I went long right here. That's what it was. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Damn, 20K. I was down. Oh my god.
Yeah, I wanted to take a picture, but then I was like, "You're taking a break right now."
Yeah, bro. When I came back home, I. Oh, that's what I did. I remember now. Cause you see, how I have all these buys and sells from over here.
Yep.
When I came home, it was about. When did I come home? I think I probably came home around here, like 11 o'clock. And then. No, I left around here. I left around here. I went long around here. Oh, that's these longs. Yeah, I see them now. So I went long here, then I left. 12. And I guess I came back around 1 o'clock. And then I kept going long around here, like the bottom. And it kept running up. That was like 500. It fell down again. Ran up again. I went up 500 again. Then it ran up above. Then I let it get to the 1/8 point. And then you pretty much fell from this area. And then I knocked out. Like somewhere around here. Like right before you, I think, yeah, right before you ran up actually. I knocked out like right here, you could say. Like right around 1 to 2 a.m. And then when I woke up, you were basically all the way up here at the top. Yeah, because we were trading on the $50,000 account. Yeah, because that's what it was. So when we came back, we instantly started trading on the this account here. As you can see, that's why the buys and fills are down here. And then yeah, then it ran up again. We sold it, but on the 100K account. Oh, slug! I took the loss.
You did? That's
Yeah,
what I was wondering.
Yeah, I came home. Now I remember. I think I came home, but it doesn't say I sold it. I'm trying to see, where the hell did it go? Honestly, I'm not too sure. I think I had to look at the buys and fills and try to see if I can correlate it. Because here it says that I bought at 10 o'clock. And then when did I sell this? Well, apparently I sold it right here. Okay. At 11:25.
And then we went short one more time. And that short kind of turned backwards. Then it went to like almost even. And then it just ran all the way up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Okay, so on the 100K account, which is this one here, you ended up falling down to here. And I think something happened here. I believe I got out the trade. If not, I must have kept holding it to down here, maybe. Maybe that's what I did. What day is this? The 25th? Yeah, that was yesterday. Alright, so I'm just going to wait for this to drop right back down to the halfway point. Sorry, I was just stuck on that for a second, everybody. I was trying to figure that out. And then we went long again down here. Right? Then we sold it up here. So now, since you're at a previous peak, we could go short, but I kind of wanted to run up a little bit higher here. I wanted to run up to that that white box, which is going to be all the way up here. All right, everybody, let's go back to SPY now. The trade that we bought earlier, that we're still holding on to, the puts, those are up 90% now. They literally just went all over the place. This is excellent. Yeah, damn. That's 90%. Okay, let me go ahead and post this on Moomoo before I forget. Let's go here. Let's go here. If you ladies and gentlemen need some help, make sure you visit the YouTube live. Sound like a run-on sentence right there. You said nice to find me on Moomoo. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to actually see if this is worthwhile. Sometimes with the investing community, there's so many people who just want to destroy and rip people apart and take them down that it's very hard to grow as a teacher. But yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Get some good sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe come up with some notes that you could send into the YouTube chat in the morning, like some ideas you might have. That's all. Should be good with just that. All right, let me post this now. Okay, next up. Yeah, we're not going to sell gold yet. We're going to hold it on Webull. I'm very happy that we made $5,000 with our Express account today. That means by Friday, if we keep going at this pace, because right now we made 5K, right, today and yesterday, after we opened it up last night. I think today we could possibly make around... I think we can make another 5,000 today. We just gotta wait for the market to slow down and probably trade it after hours, like around. But then again, that's not gonna count for today, I guess, right? It's gonna kind of count for tomorrow if we trade at 6 p.m. But yeah, if you guys want to join up at 6 p.m., 8 p.m., we're gonna be trading around then as well. So that's like what, how many hours from now? Like 5 hours, 5 to 6 hours. And we're going to be trying to take this account from 57K right now, or 54K. And we want to see if we could take that thing to, yeah, like 58 to like 60K by the end of tonight, by the time we go to sleep. And then tomorrow, Thursday, we'll try to...
Did you say 58 to 60?
Yeah. So like just 3,000 right there. That's probably how much we'll make today. As long as we're not like rushing it or forcing it, like just scalping, not going for the bigger trades.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should be able to make at least that much. And then tonight, like at like 12 o'clock to like 1 o'clock, if we're up at that around that time, we could probably make like another 2,000-3,000. So in total, maybe like another 6,000. So, yeah. We should go from 54,700 because that's how much we're at right now, and we should be at 60,000. And then on tomorrow, like tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow night, we're gonna try to see if we can make another 3K. We'll probably make more at that point. But then again, we'll probably make around the same because we're not gonna go. We can't buy more contracts, so you're basically held down a little bit by these prop firms when you're trading on them. Because if I could go heavy, if I could put a little bit more of my account inside of it, I would be able to then, get out a lot quicker, you know? That's why I trade ES and GC instead of MGC and MES, is because I prefer when the large moves happen quicker and I can get out faster, even if there's more risk. It's just in the beginning when you're first learning how to trade, it's not smart to go with something that's more risky because you haven't defined an approach yet that's guaranteed. So what you want to do is use the cheap ones first. MGC, MCL, right? Anything that's micro. Okay, so by Friday, the last number that I could think of right now that we can get to by the end of this month, we could probably make at least another 15 to 20,000 realistically if I do everything perfectly from today to Friday. So by Friday, we should be at 25K, which means on Sunday night we're gonna trade again because that's, remember last night we turned on the account, right? So Wednesday to Thursday is 1 day of profitability. You got to be profitable for 5 days in a row in order to withdraw, and then you're gonna have another goal in terms of after these 5 days of profitability. I believe you get one more goal, right? Right, Slug?
I think so, but then they could just call us up to live at any time now after
Right.
this, because I already hit the target profit target I hit last night, so I'm at 31 and you're at 50. You're at 51 or what, 52 or whatever.
Wait, how are you less? You don't start with 50?
Oh, no. I meant like no the profit that we have right now. I'm saying I have 3,100, like
Oh.
3,100. I was saying how you already have 5K in your Express account.
Yeah. Okay, see what you mean.
I was just saying I'm just right behind you. So, but at any time now, they could just call us up to having a live account.
Okay.
So it's up to them whenever they want to take us up to the next level, to the big leagues.
Hell yeah. That's what's up.
But hell yeah, I will hopefully my plane lands fast so I can fucking be there. I gotta be there for all this. I'm gonna be there every single night, all night long with you.
Come on now. 100%,
I'm ready.
bro.
I'm ready. You said we should hit 25K by Friday?
Yeah.
All right. That means we'll have a nice fucking 5K payout.
Oh, you can only take out 5K if you make 25K?
Yeah, no, we're only every 5 days. Having the Express, we're only
Yeah.
allowed to take out 5. But once they take us up to Pro, then there's no limit.
Okay. So at least we could take out 5,000.
Yeah. And then now our margin is increased exponentially. So we can buy the more that we grow our account, the more margin we have. We'll be able to buy more contracts. Just like you wanted.
Okay. Hell yeah. We can try it. So, let me see. We posted those trades. That was trade number 1. You keep falling from number 5. So this tells me that if for whatever reason you get above number 5, you're going to shoot probably straight up to number 7. So I wouldn't personally buy puts at 6. I would let this try to see if it's going to go to like 6.5 or 7. And then we could buy some puts up here. For now, I'm still holding the puts that I bought right here. Because I want to see if this is going to tilt lower. Again, we were up 60% here. Then right down here, we were up around 100%. Right now, we're only up around 20 to 30%. So we told everybody earlier, if by 130, we don't get an opportunity to sell out, we're just going to take profit at whatever it's at. And then try to see if we can get into a new play for a whole new reason. Even if this play right here works out and the idea works out, again, we know it works out. We wrote it down. We know we could use this for the future. Now let's test some other ideas that we're not too sure if they work out. And then after we go through a couple layers of testing, we could see what we're going to use for next month and so on and so forth, right? Again, everybody, you're at number 4 on the reversal points. Yeah, you went up to 170, and we bought each contract for 70. So that means you were up. How much were you up? Let me think. That's 70, so another 700. That's 1,300. So we were up. Damn, we were up 200%? Almost 200%. Yeah, because 70, right, was 70 plus 70. 70 plus 70 is going to equal 140. Currently, right now, those options went to a peak of 170. So, yeah, you went up like 150%. 130% right there. If you drop again right now, let's see if we can get a similar percentage. If you just stop at where you stopped at a couple minutes ago, which is like right around here, we might just take profit so I could get into another play and have some fun here with another idea. Like we just talked about a couple minutes ago. Because that's the only way you're going to really grow as a trader. You're not really going to grow when you play stuff safe or you don't play risky. So to a certain extent, there has to be like a certain amount of riskiness in what you do. But just make it logical, you know? Don't make it like a trade that if you take a loss on because you were fine with taking a loss before the trade and the trade is done and you're down a certain amount, don't get worried, you know what I mean? Don't get emotional. Sometimes you're just going to have to say, well, you know what? I'm screwed. Sometimes it just gets like that, really. And as long as you know, just go back to the drawing board and fix it up, and yeah, that's all. But do you guys see the method to my madness? Of like, all right, I was up, I didn't sell it, I'm going to hold it because there's money on the trade, which means that if it doesn't go my way, now I have a reason for me to break down everything that's currently going on, like what I did, what I didn't do, what I could do better next time. And then it kind of gives you a better way to play tomorrow. You know what I mean? A more surefire way. I just noticed what you said. And the red sunglasses. You know what's crazy? I'm about to put on some glasses right now. I'm about to put on some sunglasses. Let's see where they at. I don't know if I have a red one. Oh, goddamn. It just fell out. This is like blue. Oh, I have a nice ass green one. Where whenever you look through it, the whole world just looks green. Not like green. Actually, no, it's not even green. It's like it reminds me of like a bronze type of green, if that makes sense. Like a yellowish, purplish type of green. It's hard to explain. We're up $500 on this trade. Ah, I got a cramp. Ah, I got a cramp. My foot. So how much money you guys made today? Let me know, let me know, let me know. I'm not trying to pocket watch. I just want to know if you're on track, just like the Discord, for those of you who are on the YouTube. And then for those of you who are on the Discord, yeah, let me know. Let me know. Post it in the chat. Talk about what's your next goal. What are you looking for, right? More downside. Oh, I forgot to post the trades on Patreon. Oh no. Give me 1 second. Let me post those trades, the leaps. I want to make sure that everybody that bought that, it's currently not on the Discord, is good. No, yeah, that's what happened to me in the morning on Top Step. I almost lost my Express account because it was glitching around. Like, it was literally like, that's why I want to sleep. I was just like, you know what? If it sells me out, it sells me out. Call it a day. And yeah, it went right into my direction. I just couldn't tell where the hell the market was. Like, where I bought, it wasn't popping up for me. Everybody, we're up 99% now. Now it just dropped down to 85%. You saw when you were down, or you saw when I was down 1K and you wanted to buy? Hell yeah. I always suggest that to you guys, by the way, in case you guys never heard me say that before. Whenever you see me average down, try to make that your first buy. If you could always just buy when I average down, yeah, you should be good. But you're going to miss a lot of entries. That's the only thing that sucks. But that's fine. Sometimes you just got to do that, you know? All right, everybody. So I'm going to sell out of these plays here. At 100%, it just fell down a little bit more. That's okay. It was a little bit under 100, like 89, 91. We stopped out because you're exactly where I drew the green line. These lines, I've been using them since 2024, and they usually tell me where the market can go, or like where it could fall to. And yeah, we usually just go with that. Ah, my eyes. Just shanked myself in the eye with the glasses. Your overall break even? Oh, damn. What caused you to like have any losses? Did you hop into the calls that we had everybody hop into at the bottom here? At 6:55? Sorry, I was posting some stuff on Mumu here. Let me think of something. What could be a good... What do you guys think? Let's bump some heads with each other here. Do you guys think that... Like, how should I do the marketing? I'm trying to think about it. Like, what appeals to people the most in terms of a trader? Because, again, you're not trying to sell them a dream. You're trying to teach them that what you do works, but you don't want to sound overconfident, of course. You don't want to sound narcissistic. You don't want to sound too controlling. You want to say something just nice and sweet, simple, and that's pretty much it. Let everybody else make the decision. But I'm trying to think about it. Like, should I do it like every 30 minutes? Maybe post something? Do you guys think that would work? Because I could post. I literally have enough trade. I have over 5,000 trades that I have not posted from June till now. So I'm telling y'all, we could show people But then again, is there a reason for me to show those other trades? You know?
Silo,
What's up, John?
how are you?
Chilling, John.
You ever listen to Gary V? Gary
Yeah,
Van-
I used to love that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he does like Super Bowl commercials and stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, he says there's no such thing as really bad posts. Just post a lot.
I see what you're saying.
Like,
So don't
yeah.
overthink it. Just do.
Yeah,
I like
he
that,
said
okay.
he
like
says
that.
that all the time. That's like one of his main things. Like, just don't worry about it. Just do. Like the post. You should be posting 15, 20, 30 times a day because it's free. And I don't know how that new AI social media bot works, but if you posted it one place and it posted it everywhere else for you, that would be pretty easy.
Do you guys think I should actually? Let's try to see if
You
we
should,
could.
and ask questions too. Like the pose the question in the video that people will they want to know the answer to the question because it messes with us. It's like, what's in the box? It's like, I don't know what's in the box. What's in the box? Now I gotta watch a 5-minute video to find out what's in the box. Like,
Nah, I
did
see
my
what you're saying.
my spy play from last night go as planned?
Yeah.
Or was I profitable? And that's the name of the video. And you're like, well, I want to know, did he win? And he's like, oh, he did. Or he didn't.
I like that. No, you're right. You're right. Like question, like give more fun titles because I don't know how to write titles, as you guys can tell.
Yeah.
So I like that. Okay, we'll try that.
Like fishermen do it too on their like constantly on all these the small fisherman channels and stuff.
Mhm.
And like, I threw this lure at this creek behind this warehouse. What did I catch? I'm like, well, shit, son of, I gotta watch now because I gotta know what you caught. And he's like, answer, nothing. I caught absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I still watched the whole video.
I see what you mean. Yeah, like making people feel like they were left, like they were like what's called like left out type of thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
you try it. You don't have to do it on your main account either. You can start you another one up.
Oh, like what do you mean? Like for?
If you want to test some ideas on another social media name, or another YouTube account or another X account or something.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking
If
about.
if it doesn't go good, you could just kill it, and you didn't hurt your main channel. And
Oh
if
yeah,
it
for
goes good,
posting all that
tell
other
people
stuff.
to,
Yeah.
tell people to go to, start putting on your new channel, telling people I'm moving mostly over back to my old channel, and
Okay. Because right now, what I was gonna do was I have all these platforms. I broke down what platforms I could post on, and the platforms are basically these right here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 16 platforms. If I post one trade on all platforms, and we do it like, let's just say for 30 days in a row, we could probably get a good following. It's just going to be difficult to post all that. I'm not going to be able to teach as much or be on the live as much. So let's think of a time. Maybe after 11 o'clock every day, we'll just shift into marketing. Like posting stuff and stuff like that.
you should watch one of those videos on that the AI employee that does it for you and see what they actually can do.
Hey, we can actually watch that. We can actually watch that now. So I might even watch that right now.
I saw the 30-second commercial for it. That's the only reason I didn't see the breakdown of what they actually can do.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Let me see.
I think there's more than one site doing it too. So
This is where it was. Except So it costs $100 a month, and you get customer support, copywriter. You get a business development, data analyst, e-commerce, sales manager, SEO specialist. That's nice. Social media, virtual assistant. For virtual media, how does this work? Let me see. Available at all times on your command. Take your request and start completing tasks in seconds. I just finished writing your Instagram post for October. What the fuck? There's no way. There's no way. Wait a second. I would literally plan stuff for the next 5 years right now. And it's only $100. That's not terrible. Because what am I going to have to pay for with the business? The business account is going to be getting... I got to pay for TradingView. So that's free. Pretty much I got to pay every 2 years or every year. I got to pay for that right now again. I want my business, how much money I waste. I want that to be something I always think about, because when you guys start your businesses, I want you guys to see how I basically did everything. Because a lot of people, they leave out a lot of important factors. Like, they'll start drawing a picture, and then the next page is the picture's already drawn. Where's the shading? Where's the creation of the hands? Where's the background? What? So, yeah. Let's get into it. Let's do it. I think this is proper. We would only waste around, I think, at this point, with all of our subscriptions, with the website, with the phone number, it's only going to be around like $200 or $100 a month. So yeah, that's not bad. You said, do I think gold will keep selling? You're not going, it's not going to be the same because you're not in the algorithm with your new channel. Nah, yeah, that's how it is, honestly. That's one of the reasons why but I guess what John's more so trying to say is to test stuff, and then whatever works and whatever actually gets views, even though it's not in the algorithm, if you use it on an account that's in the algorithm, it could be an easier way to figure it out. You know, instead of just destroying my algorithm by posting a bunch of stuff. Because that does destroy your algorithm. Just posting just anything. So it has to be like kind of organized in some way. But yeah, what I was planning on doing was I wanted to open up like 5 social media accounts. If I could link this thing here with one social media account, right? And I could post on all those platforms that I just showed you guys, which is all these. All I had to do is pretty much just make like 4 accounts for this. You know what I mean? Hopefully it allows me to sign in and out of my social media, because if that's the case, what I could do is literally sign in with another group of like social media, like make another name, like Peacock something, right? Peacock Podcast, which is another name that we're going to use for the business, and use that to post what I'm posting on my main account, but do it there so it gets more eyes. That's, by the way, that's how Andrew Tate, that's how he grew his recognition so quickly. He would say stuff that's very aggressive, very on the other side of the pendulum, and that would cause people to first raise an eyebrow, and then he would have a bunch of people or accounts. They would just keep spamming his videos. Him in podcasts, him walking, him training, him talking, and eventually overnight he became like a sensation pretty much. Or not really overnight, because it's hard overnight, but you know what I mean, like over the course of a couple weeks, I went from hearing his name only once a week to then hearing his name every damn day I open up Twitter. But yeah, we'll try that. All right, everybody, so this is what I'm going to do here. First thing is first, let me check this. So Chills, you had said that you purchased 862 calls earlier? Oh, damn. And then you said, let me see, you jumped in on one on Mumu and Weeble at 38, and it dropped to 22. Average down on Weeble, sold on Mumu when it went to down 16 to preserve your account, and sold at your account. and then you sold at 30 on Weeble, I'm assuming. So the first thing I would tell you, Chills, is like, how are you buying? Like, what are your ideas stemming from? So, like, for example, when I bought the only trade that I bought all day today was at number 5. And it was just due to the fact that yesterday you ended up going through number 4, hitting number 7, and then falling. So I kind of wanted to see if you were going to be as aggressive as, if not, you were going to be able to hit those extreme highs. So that was the reason why we buy on number 4. So you buying puts at number 4 is the correct thing to do if you bought puts at number 4. But what did you... I'm kind of confused here. They said... Wait, so what times did you buy? Because what I want you to do here, Chills, is if you bought in the afternoon, meaning if you bought after 11 o'clock, that's when you got the calls. I want you to recognize that the only time I told people to buy calls today in the morning was down here. When you had joined up when we were chopping it up in the morning, it was like right around number 1. And then the only time I told people to buy puts was right up here at number 5. So what I want you to do is first explain why you got into the trades then and there. Like, was it the weekly boxes? Was it the reversal points? Was it King's Point for the trading styles? Was it like the Dorito, wedges, whatever you could remember? And then we'll see how you could fix it. Because usually it's going to be around that area of trading styles. And once you fix it, usually you'll be extremely profitable. Usually. The only time that might not happen is if there's other elements of this puzzle that we're not accounting for. So like, so you bought that at 10:30. Let me check the calls. So you bought it at the perfect time, and then you sold it what time? It's already 2 o'clock? Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness. I might take a little break here. I kind of want to go for a walk. For those of you who stay in the chat, just pay attention to the reversal points. Whenever you have a loss, I had a few members yesterday that were getting into the puts with us. And when we had the last trade of the day yesterday, when it turned out to be a loss, we had some people delete their previous message and not try to do their notes. So what I want you guys to do is please don't run away. I know how much it stings. I know you don't want people to look at you as if you can't trade or you don't know what you're doing. But think about it. I'm out here forcing trades to go bad so I could post it so people can stop thinking that I'm just posting good trades. Like, that's why I'm doing it. I want you guys to post your bad trades too. Just do it for the same reason. Even if it's not the same reason, just follow me, you know? Post a bad trade. Post more bad trades than you post your good trades. Please. It's going to help you more. It's going to build your confidence. It's going to build your internals. And you're going to start slapping it out the park. The people who are scared to show, usually they don't go further. Usually. Like whenever somebody has a large loss and they try to hide it, you're doing yourself a disservice. Don't hide it. Show the world. You know, be grateful for it. And yeah, You said you're bad. You bought at 948 and you sold it at 1043. So yeah, that's the problem. That's what it was. Yeah, there you go. So what I want you to do here, Patills, is next time, just recognize that whenever you buy in the morning, if you're going to buy calls, you have to buy on the opposite side of the reversal points. So like somewhere down here. And if you're buying puts, you had to buy up here. So the only thing you should have done in that moment was puts. That's pretty much why the trade didn't go your way. And then, of course, you fell down to the opening price. We told everybody calls down here. And then you ran straight up to number 4, which is what we were thinking. Some people stopped out. I sold my bigger trades here, like my trades that are for next week and 3 weeks from now. I sold those as well. And yeah. Because think about it. If 99% of the trades that I take are going well, I want you guys to be able to help yourselves, you know? Just give yourself a nice safety net. Use my trades before you use your own ideas. And yeah, try to go from there. Next thing I'm going to ask you, Chills, is why did you buy there now? So now we got the times down. We know where you bought. We know where you sold. Now let me know as to why. And then after that, we should be able to be on track for some improvements for tomorrow. Okay. So once we go through Chill's, once we go through his trade to see like his idea as to what he was doing, like why he bought there, we'll then be able to build, and then we're gonna just hold on to the next change when I come back. I'm just gonna take a little break here. So I have a problem with that, Chills. You thought it was going to hold. You thought. So that was one of the problems that a lot of students around the same time you joined last 2 years ago, around that time, they had the same situation occur to them. They would think, but their charts wouldn't say. So what I want you to do here is recognize that pattern of thought and make it I know, or at least I'm highly sure. So again, don't just be on the fence half and half. Be a little bit more assertive with the directions that you choose to play with. For example, yesterday in the morning I told everybody we're going to play calls right here at the bottom, like when you fell. And then we told everybody you're going to run up all day, so we're just going to hold. And then the calls that we bought down here, we bought those because it told us to buy from over here. So you see these buys over here, these green circles? You pretty much perfectly hit it here. Then you yanked up. Then you perfectly hit this circle here, down here. And remember, this is like weeks before you actually did it. And then you yanked up again. It worked out. And then the newer boxes, like when you fell down recently a couple days ago, now you have, of course, that low down here that you copied. But right now we're at the 1/4 point, which is basically where you just came from down here. Like you see how it says 1/4 right there? You then hit this 1/4. You're now at this 1/4. So what is the opposite of this 1/4 down here? It's going to be the 1/4 box on top, which is this one. So because the market fell down to here, And because it fell down into my previous buying zones from last, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I knew it was a good buy. Again, you just never know when's the best time, besides like the morning, afternoon, or the end of the day. So, again, plan, chills. Plan, brother. The notes are so important, and the charting. Make sure you have all the stuff that I have on my screen, on your screen, because if you don't, you're pretty much still just gambling. Pretty much. Now, what I'm going to do for you, chills, I'm going to do something because I love you like a brother. You were here for a long time. I'm going to go to my Discord here. I'm going to send you a private one-on-one that I had with the whole entire Discord for free. And what I want you doing is creating these boxes. I never want to hear you say, I thought. I want you to, forever from now on, say, I know that's a good buy. I'm just not too sure which buy is going to hold on. I know that's a good sell. You have 20 sells, let's just say. I just don't know which sell to hold on. That could be a start. And then, as you test more and more and more, you'll start to actually see what happens normally and what's extreme. And then you'll be able to be consistent. Once you know what's normal and then what's extreme, you'll always be able to take the pie that you deserve and be profitable every day with no losses. Again, the only reason why I take losses is to force it, so people just stop thinking that I don't lose. I don't lose anymore because I've done the notes. I went through thousands of different patterns that I had that were basically destroying my accounts and never making me grow. And I removed everything. It was the hardest part, the most annoying part, the most stressful part, the most time-consuming part. But yeah, it literally helps a lot, So try doing that, chills. I just sent you the video right now on Discord. Let me see if it's sent. Wait, the message failed. Give me 1 second. Okay, so watch that video, chills. Create your chart. After you're done creating the chart, send me a picture. Hit me up on Discord because you already have me on Discord. And then what I'm going to have you do... Damn bunny. Eating the trash bag. Oh my goodness. So after you do that, chills, the next thing I want you to do is go into the other Discord server. And I want you to voice your opinion as to whether or not the stuff you're doing is working. Okay? That's the only thing I want you to give to me at all. I want you to make money first. I really do, chills. Like, I really, really do. And I know you're capable of it. I just want you to feel like, yeah, everything you have is at your disposal. It's not me trying to hide stuff from you. It's not me trying to run away from you. It's because I really want you to do this. But I don't want to just give you everything because then it's going to ruin your journey and not make you feel as great as you are, Because you're very great in my opinion, brother. You were the only person who was capable of trading Tesla when I first started teaching. So yeah, I'm telling you, everybody in this Discord wants you here, bro. I'm telling you. But watch that video. Get it done. Understand that everybody's listening and I'm saying it out loud so that we can hold each other accountable. Not because I want you to feel bad or anything. I don't do that to people. Once you finish the video, send me a picture. And we'll go from there, brother. Let's get it shaking and baking. Same thing with everybody else on the YouTube. The reason why I sent him that, you might be like, wait a second, why don't I get something for free? Now, I agree with you. But I believe that how I teach and how I show you guys how to trade and make money every day, I think it's decent enough, right? That's good enough. Now I need you guys to show me your hand, like reach your hand out in front of you and take the information, make yourself some money, and then go from there. I apologize if I start talking like this and you guys don't like it. Usually people, for some reason, leave the Discord or the YouTube. Again, I'm not trying to come after you guys. I really, really, really love you guys. Really do. But yeah, I want you guys to see where you can change, where you can improve. And yeah, just do it. For everybody else on YouTube, show me you want it. Show me you're here every day. Show me you're here as much as Chills. And maybe I might do it for you one day. Who knows? Because again, I don't want to have a lot of students on Discord. That's not my plan. Having too much people in one location, I had that before. You remember, Chills, when I first started teaching? That shit was way too much. Way too much. So I want you guys to just watch for free. Be on the YouTube. Make some money when I go live in the morning. Don't watch nobody else for the rest of the day. Enjoy your lives. Enjoy your day. Hop on the next day. Join for free. Make your money. And if you guys want to join and chop it up with the group that I have here that I'm teaching, well, you can do that. It's just a matter of what you want. But yeah, everything's in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. And don't worry. Don't worry. I've created trading styles for YouTube. I just have no way of giving it to you guys in terms of like a link, because I don't have the actual, like, you see how I have this right here? So these are all the YouTube trading styles that I'm going to give you guys. We made this last year on a live. I just had to literally find it. So once I find the links, I'll be able to actually give it to you guys. I just literally had to go through like 600 videos, which is the only problem. I guess I do have the date here, so maybe I don't have to go through so much videos. But I think I randomly guessed this. I'll be honest with you. Because then if I had the date, I would have got the link. If I just put the date, that means I'm not too sure yet. But yeah, these are all of our trading styles, in case you guys always wanted to take a look at it. We have all these here, which is the first set of trading styles I ever made, which was like, you could say, I first started teaching in, like, officially, like, my group, my team, not for other people, in January. That was when I was teaching for my people. And that's when we created all this. And in April, I think, was the last one. You can see, oh yeah, you can see the dates. I'm so happy I did that. So these are all the dates that I created these trading styles. I forgot about that. And then you have your consolidation zones, and then you have your wedges, which are green. So that's how much different types of wedges you have. And then the purple is the greatest trading style I've ever made, which is what I teach you guys for free. It's what I just gave Chills the video of. So Chills, he got this here. He didn't get all of it, but he just got... Basically, Chills got this one here. Let me show you guys so you can understand. Chills got weekly DARP generation. Yeah, he got this one here. So he only has one out of all of these. So he's going to have a lot of work to do here in terms of growing. Same thing with you guys. Remember, I do this because I want to give you guys a fun journey. It's like a treasure hunt. You know what I mean? You go from one location to the next location and you get some money. And it's all for the root reason of finding, you know, like Davy Jones's chest or his locker, whatever it is, right? Finding something rare and being able to make unlimited money. You said it was crazy back then? Nah, yeah. I'm telling you, brother, like, it was my fault, though. I was too childish, and I'm happy I wasn't lazy, though. I'm happy I stopped being lazy for you guys. I've never been able to do anything in life without being lazy or doing it in a lazy way. And this was the first time I ever did something like that. So it was kind of cool. I was very happy when I saw that. I was like, oh, so I'm capable of actually being a real person that could get stuff done. You know? I know it's stupid. And I know it may sound like I think of myself as less than, but it's not that. It's not that. It's just there's a lot of stuff, you know? You said you can't sleep, so you've been here listening? Shit, hell yeah. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Just curious. Yeah, you go live every day? Yes. No, I don't mind. So, and thank you for asking me. See, like, that's... I would love to come across more people. Because you're going to get some people who, you know, are kind of, like, bitter. But then you get people like the person who just commented on my YouTube right now. And that's all I want. Amazing people like that. He said, just curious. You go live every day from 10 to 1. Normally, no. Normally, it's just 9 to 11. But for the next couple days, I will be doing it because I'm trying to grow the community, my name, and my recognition. It's finally time since I perfected all the trading styles. So, yeah, we're just going to be a little bit live longer just so we could try to build that. And that's pretty much it. And then the next thing he said, right? This is what got me. He said, you don't mind if I follow your trades for now. You know what type of a human that is? To ask that and to say that when 99% of people just take any trade. You know, they just want to take advantage. That means the world to me, brother. So, yeah, I would love for you to take advantage. Take advantage. Just because you asked me about that, just because you said that, you could do it. But the real reason why I want you to follow my trades is because I want to have you have a safety net. The only real reason that a person will grow with the stock market is because they actually see that it works. They see that it's possible. So my first thing I want you to do is understand it's possible before you even join my group. Because last year, I had people in my group for over a year. And think about it like this. After a year of them being in that group, nobody felt like this stuff was... Not nobody. 99... not 99. Like 90% to 85% of all students I had felt like everything was random. They felt like I was just getting lucky every day. They felt like somehow I had a crystal ball behind me. But not one of them did the charts. So, as long as you make money and you do your charts, I'm the happiest human in the world. That's it. I don't need more. You don't need to pay me more. You don't need to do anything special for me. Just help yourself, you know? That's truly what it means to be a human, is to just help. 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 Make people laugh. Help. Give them hope. And show them it's possible. Because that's the only thing I needed. So I know for others, maybe that might not be the only thing they need, but it's definitely going to help. So let's get back into this, everybody. We had a beautiful 100% trade earlier from number 5 straight down to almost number 3. We sold out the second you hit this bottom area because we noticed you were holding from these previous candles. You did go down a little bit lower, so the contracts would have went up a little bit more. But that's okay. That's not bad, you know. It's fine. The next trade, though, we're going to try to see if we can make a little bit more money. All right, let me close out of all these tabs here. I'm going to take my break. I'll be posting some stuff on the Discord while I'm taking my break and walking around. I don't know if you guys will be able to hear me when I join on my phone. But if you guys want to stay here while I take my break, I'm just going to join in with my phone. And I won't be able to see your messages, though. Because, of course, I'm going to have to be on Discord and on YouTube. And it's just going to kill my phone. So... yeah, and my phone's only 3% right now, so actually, yeah, I'm not gonna join in. I'm just gonna take a little break here. If you guys want to stay in the background, I'll probably take around 30 minutes. I want to post a little bit more on Moomoo. I want to post on Twitter. I want to really live and breathe this new version of me. You know, I really want this to happen. It's always been my dream to teach, and I don't want to let the opportunity just slip away, like how I keep letting it slip away. So, yeah. I'll be back. No trades. Just paper trades. And make sure you take your notes. And that's all I ask for, truly. Make as much money as you want off of me, truly. But just do those specific things. Alright, everybody. So we got some puts here. 681 puts once more. We bought them for $20 each. And we want to see if the market's going to potentially fall down a tiny bit more. That's good, that's good, that's good. Turn on the light. Alrighty. Okay, post this on Mumu. At 4 p.m., we're going to start doing something a little different. I'm going to go through everybody's trades. Let's put some music on real quick. Again, we had no losses today, just straight wins. The last trade might turn into a loss. That's why we're going a little bit lighter on it. By the way, did everybody read the message I sent on Patreon for stage 4?
What section is it in?
On the Patreon?
Yeah.
So it's going to be on updates. But if you scroll down to the post from yesterday, I'll put it on the screen right now. Yesterday morning, right here.
Do I have to be in the on the desktop instead of the mobile? Because I'm on the mobile right now.
Now you could be on the mobile. Oh, is it because you're on the other Discord? Or the other Patreon?
Oh. Yeah. Oh, I think so. I think because I'm in the mini Patreon.
It might be, yeah.
Oh, no. I see stage 4. No. I see stage 4. The
Okay.
fusion era? Okay, yeah. So I was watching you do it last night, and then you were telling Hoover, and then I couldn't find it. But now I see it. It just comes in the thread.
Yep. And then just read all this so you can kind of have an update as to what I'm doing here. Like, I basically, you see all these things I've listed. I'm doing all this at the same time. It's nuts. It's a lot of information, but at least now you guys can tell what I'm doing. And then if you go to stage 3, go to my library real quick. Go to stage collections, then go to updates, and this is what you guys see. And yeah. How the hell do I click? Wait, give me a second. There you go. So these are like all the collections that I have on the Patreon. So updates, motivation, trades. I barely posted any of the trades here, but what I'm planning on doing is I'm going to organize all of our trades from January till now, and I'm going to post all of them, and it's going to be like 2024 trades. It's just a lot, you know. It's going to take me a couple hours to post all that stuff. From January till now, we at least took around like, I don't know, maybe like 10,000 trades. Because in February, every single day we were taking about 20 trades, all profit, all 100%.
Want me to get one? How many?
Say that again, Slug?
Oh no, I'm at the airport.
Oh, my bad, brother.
No, you're
Oh
good.
shit, I forgot you taking
I
a
have to
plane
go-
right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah, bro.
I can't wait to land so that way we could trade the futures in a little bit. I'm excited for the plan for tonight.
Yeah, tonight's plan is gonna be really, really good. I'm just gonna keep
I
charting
think
today.
I think I should be landed and at the spot like by 7. I think it's like 7 your time. I should be there. I'll send you a message. I'll send you a message once I land.
Yeah, that would be really perfect timing.
Yeah, my wife is telling me to get some waters right now because we just had to go through everything.
Nah, yeah, literally. it's like it's like a whole protocol when you go to the damn airport. All right, everybody, we're up 83% on the 681 puts. I'm just gonna take oh my goodness, we're up 125%. That one wick right there was insanity. My goodness. We're gonna sell it here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 125% already.
I guess I didn't.
Dang, I should have held the futures short. I was up $25 though, so I just sold it. If I would have held it, I would have been up 125.
Hell yeah. Excellent, brother.
Oh, that's spicy.
That's why I love the reversal chart.
Group 1, you may now line up for flight 2494 with services to Atlanta in the first lane to your right. Again, please, if you are in the way of the lanes, scoot over so get you guys boarded as fast as possible.
Oh, damn.
That's hard. Is that like a game?
Dang, that was a good candle.
Daddy, is that a
She just
game?
said that. Is that a game?
Yeah,
It's a game?
that's what they always say. They're always like, "Is that a game? Are you playing a game? What game are you playing?"
No, that's awesome.
Make sure what game?
I'm up 160%. I'm selling here.
What game are you playing?
Called it Express.
True?
Yeah, it's called the Express game.
Download it?
Yeah, I can download it.
No way. Who are you talking to?
My best friend in the whole world.
Hold
I appreciate you, brother.
Hold on. God, the sound of my nose. I see my nose. I thought. Only open.
Yeah. Let me open it. There you go.
Group 2 may now line up in the blue lane for flight 2494 with services to Atlanta.
What's up, three guys?
Please, if
Alrighty,
your
ladies
boarding
and
pass
gentlemen.
is printed, have them out ready. If they're on
All right, I posted on Momo again. 160%. There we go. As long as we could keep doing this back and forth, we should get a good group of people following. Okay, perfect. And then let's talk about yesterday's trades. So we'll post that in a few here. Yo, those trades, you know how much they went up at the peak? That's wild. $74 from $20. That's crazy. We just went up like what, 400% right there, 300%? No, 200. That would have been almost been 300. Yeah. Wow.